Good morning, everyone. We're going to start this session today. Welcome to the 2022 FWIS training session. I'll be doing most of the talking, but Doug Mulholland, who hopefully is unmuted right now, is on the other line. He'll be assisting me, particularly with the technical details associated with FWIS. And I'm going to welcome any of you to turn on your mic at any time and chime in at whatever time, because you're going to get pretty bored of hearing me talk, and I'll have no way of knowing whether or not you have any questions or comments as we're going through this session. So please let me know either by, just turning on your mic and chiming in, or you can type in a message in the chat box, or you can raise your hand. One of the three things should get my attention, and I'll stop, and hopefully we will hear what's going on. I'm going to be relying on Doug a little bit. He may be turning on and off mics. So if you get turned on or off, that's either Doug or me doing it. But please stay muted most of the time. Does anybody need a refresher on how to use Zoom? This is your first chance to use the put your hand up, etc. Okay. With that, then I'm going to give you a little bit of an overview to start with. The objective of this whole session really is to provide some context about FWIS and the data summary queries in particular that we have been developing over the years. Provide you some training in how to access, upload, edit, and compare data, basically how to use the system. It's going to be relatively quick, but we're going to cover a lot of material, and hopefully enough that you can feel comfortable starting to use the system. One of the things that was asked of me was to provide some background on the queries, how they evolved, where they came from, what did they do, what are their limitations. There's a lot of them. In fact, it's a large part of this course material today is on the background of the queries. In fact, it's about an hour and a half. And then at the end of it all, I want to hear from you, and also to give you a little bit of insight on where we are going next with FWIS and what's going on. We're going to give you an introduction to FWIS, take a little coffee break. At 10:15, I'm going to spend a fair bit of time introducing you to the various ways you can add data to the system. We'll do a practical exercise between 11:30 and 12, where you can either enter some of your own data, or you can play around and help me add some data. We'll take a break for lunch. Then again, at 1 o'clock, we'll get into the details of the understanding the data summary options. We'll go through some of the data summaries, give you some pretty good background on it. And then finally, later in the day, as I said, we're going to talk to you about the links to other databases and next steps. Okay, so first of all, a little bit of the OSAP/FWIS historical context. Now, some of you who started on when I said the meeting was supposed to start, heard a little bit about this, but I wanted to provide some background as to where OSAP came from. It turns out that it came about largely because of the government's, both federal and provincial's, desire to try to quantify the productive capacity of fisheries, and in this instance, riverine fisheries, in their day-to-day operations in support of the Fisheries Act. So the idea was that biologists and decision makers were making decisions about whether or not activities were impacting on productive capacity of fish. And at that time, there were no quantitative tools to assess productive capacity. And we decided to take it on ourselves to come up with some methods that would be quantitative, defensible, and related to productive capacity that could be used by practitioners to assess productive capacity and then make decisions about whether or not activities, specific activities, were going to impact on those habitats in particular and productive capacity. We came up with this graph to the right that to try to articulate the framework around which OSAP evolved. Basically, we realized that there were modifiers, and that was generally development of one sort or another. There were these template variables. Nowadays, we call these landscape variables of climate, geology, and topography, which set the framework around which every river had its established productive capacity. These were the templates, and that the development influenced a variety of metrics in different ways, depending on those template materials. So we came up with what we called diagnostic indicators. So things that would give you an idea that the development was having an impact. And that included changes to hydrology, changes to groundwater features, geomorphic features, water quality and different parameters of water quality, including temperature, and the riparian conditions. And that each of these diagnostic indicators manifested themselves in changes through early warning indicators. These were things like algae or macrobenthic invertebrates, so that there was this pathway of effects between the development and these surrogate early warning indicators. The fish were considered our compliance indicator. And still to this day, under the Fisheries Act, it's really the fish and what impacts the fish that actually makes for legal decisions about whether or not fish habitat or fish production has been impacted. It all comes down to what happens to the fish. Macrobenthic invertebrates are a surrogate early indicator. So in other words, if you change the macroinvertebrates, there's a direct pathway between that and fish. So this was the framework around which OSAP and eventually FWIS evolved. So we developed a whole bunch of modules, as we call them, to evaluate these various conditions, whether they were diagnostic, early warning, or compliance indicators. We've also developed methodologies for evaluating the template, but that's not really part of FWIS, and we'll get to that later. But all of this information was managed within a database called HabProgs. So Mike Stoneman, who used to work with me, eventually went on to DFO and did very well there, developed HabProgs, and it was an incredible access database. It was very easy to use, very powerful. It was hierarchical. It had hundreds of VBA queries, if not thousands of them. And it allowed us to enter the data, manage the data, and summarize the data in ways that helped us answer those questions about whether or not an activity was having an impact. There were challenges with it. The biggest challenge was there was no spatial capabilities. It was a tabular database. It also had no way to manage photos, sketches, and any other ancillary information that we were collecting associated with the data. And then came along Microsoft, and it's not really their fault, except that access itself was the main reason why Microsoft products became so vulnerable to hacking attacks and viruses. And so in the mid-2000s, Microsoft had to reconfigure access. And when they did that, they basically had to break it down from scratch and rebuild it. And with that, we lost much of the functionality of HabProgs. So a lot of the ability to use HabProgs died. Until a week ago, I did not have a functioning version of HabProgs, and I still only have a partially working version of it. But we basically had to find another solution. So we came up with the idea of replacing HabProgs with something that was even better. The idea was to try to build something that was more stable, could better manage some of the inadequacies of HabProgs. We had some problems with unique codes and duplicate codes and things like that we had to deal with. But more importantly, we wanted to add in the ability to have spatial information. We were spending way too much time correcting site locations outside of HabProgs and then trying to bring them back in and record that information. So from 2009 to 2015 or so, M&R was the lead in helping the development of FWIS. A huge amount of credit goes to Sylvia Strobel, who saw the vision of FWIS and found the support for it. And it led me. Basically, she was my boss. So I worked on FWIS within M&R from 2009 till 2015. M&R went through yet another reorganization in 2015, and I decided it was time to retire. I did so, but continued to act as a liaison with the COMAP team to keep the legacy going, basically, because no one at M&R was picking up the ball. So since 2015, I have been a technical advisor to FWIS. And for about 4 years now, I've actually been on a stipend, which is lovely, and it helps pay for the vacations. So it's great, and I thank Don Cowan and his team at COMAP for supporting it and continuing to support FWIS. It is currently overseen by the OSAP Steering Committee. The OSAP Steering Committee has members from conservation authorities, DFO, and M&R, but it is not a official steering committee because M&R hasn't basically been able to make a formal commitment as to whether they are or are not still supporting FWIS. It's a long story. So what is FWIS all about? Like HabProgs, its goal is to help manage the information on flowing waters, including data about fisheries, benthos flows, and habitat. And I use habitat vaguely because it has a lot of different measures of habitat in ways that integrate with mapping, provide visuals for the data. It facilitates data sharing amongst the users and basically the whole research community. Anyone who uses data, we consider to be a researcher because you're typically asking a question of the data. It provides a one-window approach for reporting on fish and other sampling records, particularly things like scientific collectors permits. And it does take advantage of and is building more linkages to existing software and tools that help summarize data. So for example, we are building in queries that will have direct links to R and GitHub. Some of these aren't quite functional yet, but we're heading in that direction. And what our fundamental goal is to try to limit the duplication of data. We recognize and embrace the idea of a distributed network of managing the data. And that is important because HabProgs was managed under, it wasn't a distributed. The idea was M&R kept the master database. FWIS contains a somewhat master database, but we recognize that there's a distributed system. Multiple organizations maintain their master data sets, and we are taking advantage of that and developing linkages to initiate and facilitate data sharing. But we don't necessarily have to be the keeper of that master database. Okay, so it's time to have an introductory tour of FWIS. I am going to change my sharing screen. So hopefully by now you are seeing the Flowing Waters Information System main page. If you're not, please let me know. Hopefully you're seeing it. There's a lot of information on this front page. Now I'm going to introduce you to a little bit of it. But the main thing is there's a lot of information on the background of FWIS. Some of the tools that Doug develops are on this page. So the process for updating is on here. You can click on it. There's an API for the demonstration access utility available. I'll be talking about that later. More importantly, and probably the most important thing on this page is the data sharing agreements. Now, there are two of them. There's one for if you're a user or a user/researcher, or if you're just a contributor. If you're just a contributor and you're not sharing the data or you're not using the data, there's one data sharing agreement. Most of you will be both users and researchers. And I would encourage you to, how come that didn't open for me? There it is. To read this. And in fact, if you're there right now and you have not filled this out before, and you intend to use FWIS in the next months or years, I would encourage you to fill this thing out right now. The reason it's so important to fill it out is, one, you won't get access to data. 2, if you are contributing data, it won't be shared with people until you authorize that sharing. There's a couple of things that are important in here. One is that we have added in a term that says you are authorizing us to share it with other organizations that share these data sharing rules. In other words, and the main thing is that whoever uses the data acknowledges to contribute or acknowledges who contributed the data to them. And you don't sell it and you don't get profit from it. So there's a few things in here that are worthwhile reading. And I would encourage you to both read it and fill it out. The other things that are on, let's see, I'm using a fair bit of bandwidth right now, even in Picton. So the other things to read, you'll notice that I clicked on the header button here. Anytime you want to go back to the main page, you just click on that header button and you will go back to the main page. You can also use the back arrow. If you are doing work and you are looking at several tables at the same time, I would encourage you to open those browsers in a new link. Just by right-clicking on any of them, you can open up multiple links at the same time. The data and work you do will all be synced, although generally it won't be synced immediately. You have to hit the refresh button to do that. So other things that are on this page is there's a module actually in OSAP that describes how to use FWIS. So if a lot of the details that I go through today, I may browse over them. A lot of them are included in this module down here under using FWIS. There's also some propaganda here where Doug is giving a presentation in Quebec. As I said, lots and lots of information here. He even took the time to do a YouTube video a couple of years ago on how to mostly do data entry and scrolling around and getting access to data. So it's definitely worthwhile reviewing this. And this is probably where we will put our training from today on this page as well. So this bar here describes a whole series of tabs that give you access to various data. So we have data discovery, add edit data, data summaries and queries, export data where all the tables and summary output tables are there. We have data import, and I'll get back to that in a minute. There's a FWIS issues here is worthwhile looking at, mainly because it shows the data structure of FWIS. And the most important thing is that it is hierarchical. As HabProgs was, it's hierarchical, with the exception that project and organization are key fields. So every piece of data that goes into FWIS is assigned to a project and is assigned to an organization. That's why it's important that you have the organization when you enter in the data, so that Doug knows, or the system knows, who is entering this data and who is modifying this data. So this is a really important diagram. If you can't remember where the data is or where you are in the hierarchy, you can go to this FWIS issues. It also describes things that are under development. If you acknowledge, or if you identify an issue and email it to Doug, he will update this page and let you know that he's working on it, basically. The other reason this is important is because it tells you the order of the data that you have to enter. So for example, you can't enter data on a site if the stream doesn't exist. You can't create a sample event if the site doesn't exist. You have to assign a project to a sample event. If the project doesn't exist, then you have to create it. Same thing with the organization. So all of these things are key fields and have to be entered in the order to which they appear. Hopefully that makes sense. I wanted to spend a minute or two talking about data discovery. Oh, sorry. No, I wanted to go over here first. On the opening page, there's a field under here called options. And under options, first of all, there's a question you have to give in case you forgot your password. I know that never happens to anybody on the course here, but it has happened occasionally. But on this page also, there is an opportunity to change the number of observations you see per page. This is important if you have low internet connectivity. In particular, where I live in the county, I can't go more than about 50 to 100 results per page. It just takes too long. you can go up to 10,000, which still only gets half of the data within FWIS at any one time. And we might have to adjust that, Doug, especially with internet bandwidth increasing the way it is. You can experiment with different settings on this. Basically, if you're using FWIS, excuse me, and it's really slow, try adjusting your results per page and it should speed it up. For today's purposes, I'm going to leave it at 50. The other thing is on here is that is where you change your password, obviously. There's more information in here about the system, a lot of information about what is available, project design, track changes, et cetera, how we actually manage the data and what goes on behind the scenes. So there's a lot of information on here, including down at the bottom, these site location confidence codings. When we built FWIS and brought the data in from HabProgs, we realized that there was a bit of a nightmare in that because it had been in a tabular database, no one had actually ever had a chance to verify the location of sites. So we came up with this hierarchy that basically says, I've looked at the site, I fully agree with it, and it's in the right location. Or I've pretty sure it's in the right site, but I'm not authorized to change it, so I'm going to code it as C2. C3 is basically uncorrected. We've uploaded the data. It's never been verified. No one's ever looked at it to see whether or not it's correct. 4 is, I think it's incorrect. In fact, so somebody like an administrator has looked at it and said, boy, I think that's wrong. That should be a C4. C5 is 2 different people disagree as to where the site actually is. And the custodian, i.e. me, is asking the owner of the data to have a look at it and confirm. So I'm going to go to that page now and show you that. But there's, as you see, there's a lot of information in here. If you're confused about what some of the data is and where it comes from, here's where you will find it. So now I'm going to go to data discovery. Now, the first button I'm clicking on here is review mapped site locations. This is where, excuse me, this is where you can search for different kinds of data and determine how likely it is that the locations are in the right location. So you can, for example, they're all here. There's now 20,000 sites in FWIS. That's getting to be quite large and is getting to be a little bit challenging. I did a search in here this morning just to see how well I'm doing at managing my data, and I'm going to show that to you. You'll notice I clicked on that. You can either scroll down or you can type in the first few letters and it will jump to it. So I just want to do a search, see how well I'm doing at managing my site location. I shouldn't say mine, it was a crew and it was a team effort. And I am still I consider myself responsible, even though I retired because no one else has picked up the ball. You can organize these by highest to lowest or whatever by clicking on these arrows here, and it will reorganize the data. You can see here that I've got, or rather the ARDS section that I was in has a number of sites that have not been corrected yet. Some of these go back to 96, 93. No one's ever actually gone in and corrected these sites. That's annoying. I thought we'd done a better job of that, but there are 1,000 of them, so I've still got work to do. Basically, within this page, you can search for anything by stream code, site code, stream name, organization, conservation authority, etc. You can highlight it by whether or not you're looking for fish data or discharge data, etc., etc. So you can structure your query to limit how many sites you will get from those 20,000. You can also map them if you want. Now, I'm only going to be able to map 50 at one time here to speed it up, but you can map them. And there's those 50 sites that showed up. And all of those are corrected. Yeah, oh, no, they're not. So some of those need to be corrected. Now, Doug is in the process of building a hot link so that if you've got a C5 here, I could hot link straight to that site and start to correct it. But that's not functional yet. Correct, Doug?
That's correct.
Yeah. And we're still working on the preview data. Generally, you can preview the data and see what was collected there. It's just a backwards way of, just seeing what kind of data was collected at each site. So that is the data discovery and site location tab. Now it's important. I would encourage all of you who are data owners who are going to be using this data to have a look in, especially in your area, to see whether or not the data is reliable in terms of the locations. We've really got to spend some time, and it does take time. A database is only as good as the effort that you put into modifying it. And we are constantly modifying FWIS now. As I said, 20,000 records now, that's a lot of effort, and I certainly can't do it myself. And I'm retired. I'm not supposed to be doing this. But the reality is there's a lot of work still to be done on site locations, and I encourage each of you to do your part and try to correct some sites. The second button on this page is search for site locations spatially. And I just realized that my whole timing is thrown off because of me misreading the agenda. This is a very powerful tool, though. This one here, this is the one you will use to try to figure out what data is available within your area of interest. It has the same buttons at the top, so you can structure your query by either who owns it or what type of data you're interested in looking at, and it will restrict the query to those buttons that you choose. Now, the power in this query is down here in that you can add in various polygons to restrict your queries. So, and the way you do that is, as I just said, you clicked on this one here, scroll down, click on conservation authorities, click on this, they've opened up. If you want to do a query within this, you click on that arrow, and who have we got? We've got Kawartha's on the call, is it not? I believe. So let's see what data is in Kawartha's. I'll do that, click it, and now it's doing a search for all the data within, I think that's Kawartha, or is that autonomy? No, I think I hit autonomy. I should have read it properly. Doesn't matter.
That's Kawartha.
That is Kawartha. Okay, so within Kawartha Conservation, they have 616 samples. That's a lot of data. I had no idea there was that much data there. So there you go. And most of them, it looks like, are uncorrected. So that probably means somebody's uploaded the data, but they haven't actually looked at it to see whether they're in the right location. So that's an important observation, and somebody needs to spend a bit of time doing that. And I'm going to be showing you tools later on in this course that will facilitate doing that in a bulk way. So you don't have to do them one at a time. You can export them even from here as a shapefile and verify them all in location in your own GIS if you want, or you can download them as a CSV file. And then I'll be showing you a tool of how you can then update the system to show, to improve them. So you don't have to do them one at a time, basically. The other thing you can do within this then is once you've got that, you want to know what kind of data is available for it. You can switch to the preview data, if I remember correctly, and it should open up and show you what data is associated with that site. And if this, generally this thing should click straight to that site. And this morning when I checked that, it was not working. Doug and Anthony works with Doug, were doing some mapping work last night, late into the hours, and it doesn't look like they got this one fixed. So next time you look at it, it will click straight to that site, I hope, and you'll see it. But the main thing is It's a pretty powerful tool. The reason I suggest you use spatial queries is because that way you will get all of the data from all of the organizations that have contributed data. So you can see most of it is from Kawartha Conservation, some is from M&R, some is from the York Peel Durham Management Team, et cetera, et cetera. So whoever has collected data in your jurisdiction will show up in that query. There are other tools on this page. If you want to draw your own, say you're in Northern Ontario and you don't have a conservation authority, you can draw your own polygon, you can do a circle, or you can create your own. It's a pretty cool tool for drawing your own polygons and then running a query on those polygons. Lots of power in this tool for data discovery. And then, as I said, once you figure out what you have and what you want, you can then export that by clicking on either a CSV or a shapefile, and you will get the metadata associated with that site. And I think, yeah, I think that's it for the introductory tour. Did I miss anything? Well, I could talk, well, maybe I'll just talk about the data export for just a second. All of the tables within data export are here. And so if you are looking to do an export of whatever data by spatially or constricted, you can do that within export data. And you can create basically your own data sets if you wish by exporting the data by your polygons with this tool right here. And it will download the raw data as it is. There is a tool here for importing data. This was developed before Doug built the Excel utility. Basically, you can use this if for some reason your office has a firewall and prevents you from loading data using the Excel spreadsheet. You can use this tool here. All of the same tables are present here. It's just not as sexy, and it doesn't have the same QA/QC controls that the Excel spreadsheet does that I will be showing you shortly. Okay, so that's your overview of FWIS. Are there any questions? None? I'm hoping that we can make this an interactive training session here. Otherwise, you're going to be bored silly and et cetera, et cetera. So if you have any questions, please chime in.
Les, I have a question. It's Jen.
Thank you, Jen.
Are you going to demo how to correct a site location later on today?
Yep.
Okay.
I am.
Okay. And then my other question, and I probably should have emailed this to you and Doug in advance, but are you going to show us how to export the fish reports for M&R submission?
Yes, I am.
Okay, perfect. Excellent. Thanks.
Okay. Well, why don't you guys take a bio break? Come back in. Do you mind if we make it a little shorter? Maybe come back at 10:17. Is that enough time to take care of, get a coffee, etc.? 10:17. We'll reconvene.
Sounds good.
Okay. Now, where is that?
Okay. So I'll give a quick summary of the discussion.
Well,
just to say again, and I don't want to get you off schedule, I know. The question was, how current, do we share the aquatic resource area data from M&R? People submit these scientific collectors permits, it bubbles around inside M&R for a while, makes it into that data. We download it roughly monthly. Sometimes it's a little longer, sometimes a little shorter. semi-automated process to bring it into FWIS along with some DFO data and the ROM. I desperately want to say ornithological, that's birds, but no, it's fish database.
Ethological,
I
I
am-
guess.
Ichthyological, that's the word.
Ichthyological. I will be covering the whole fish distribution query later on.
Yeah. Then the
And-
other question was, do
sorry.
we protect species at risk data and stuff like that? And I was describing some of the layers of data, what's shared before you log on, what's shared after you log on, and then the layers of protection authorization that yes, you can get at that data.
Right.
Or no.
Great. Just to add on to that, the fact that there are red side day studies is really not something that needs to be protected, because what that means is that people are looking for red side days specifically. It doesn't mean they found them. So we don't have to save that. We don't have to exclude that information. We only have to exclude location of red side dace and other listed species. But we'll get back to that. Okay, so hopefully now you can see the screen that says adding data options. Hopefully that's what you're seeing.
Yep.
Great. The main thing is the data organization. It has to agree to all the mandatory fields. It's sequential. I think I mentioned that already, in that a site and project metadata is mandatory and it has to follow the hierarchy. And there's a data upload utility. I'll be showing you that. There's also a hybrid option that I've utilized more than you could imagine, whereby some of the data gets entered manually and some of it utilizes the Excel utility. So I'm going to be going through those. So again, to talk about the hierarchical structure of it, I'm showing to you on that screen now. Stream name is not actually part of the hierarchy, although you have to have a stream name so that we can communicate where the location is. Stream code is key. So there are multiple Black Creeks, for example, but each one has its own unique stream code. Each location has its own site code, although alternate codes can be added and tabulated, and we are increasing the functionality to allow you to search for and include those alternate codes in queries. What I mean by that is that, for example, many road crossings across the province have been sampled by multiple protocols, multiple organizations. We maybe have as many as 10 or 12 different sites at a single road crossing. We are attempting to harmonize those and link them so that, for example, anyone who wants to look for data from Highway 7 and, the 4th concession would get all the sites associated with that location, even though there may only be one code in FWIS. So we're working on that. It's a work in progress. Sample event type is obviously important. That's the module that you've used. The year that it's sampled, the sample number is key for each year. You can only have one number one per year, and a project code has to be signed. At least one project code has to be assigned to each sample event. You can assign multiple project codes, and we're working on a process so that you can have those multiple ones listed. And in fact, you can query them now. We just got some background work we have to do on how project codes are managed. So the steps you have to do for entering data basically is you establish the site and the project metadata. If it's a new code, you have to create that first. You then have to assign the project conditions. It's very important. So here's the screen that you will see under Add Edit Data. You'll see project metadata, project organization associations, stream names and codes, stream and site codes, add, update sampling events, and sampling events. If it's a new project, you basically start in this order. Create the project. What is your project called? Who is the organization that's managing the project, et cetera, et cetera. So you do that sequentially following this hierarchical organization. Whoops. So I have an exercise for you, and I'm looking for some volunteers. This week, we received some data from Conservation Halton and it was from HabProgs. The data itself was in HabProgs. It turned out that some of the data did not follow the HabProgs rules. So I'm going to show you how to use the metadata. So you can, I want you to think about volunteering for this. I'm going to open it up and you're going to give me your names. And we're basically going to do this data entry as we speak. As soon as I can get back into hopefully now you are seeing the FWIS website again, are you? Hopefully you're seeing FWIS website. So
Yeah.
so while you're getting ready and thinking about this, I want you to think about which data set you want to provide to me. So here's the challenge. HabProgs had no data on metadata. They basically, we had projects, but we had single projects and we didn't have any metadata associated with those projects. I want to talk about metadata for a second because it's really important. Several years ago, Rob Macarith and myself wrote this module. Why is that not opening? Oh, it's thinking. Wrote this module on project metadata. The idea was data is collected all across the province using a variety of methods, some OSAP, some not OSAP, but we want to use FWIS to capture that information and let the user decide whether or not it's used in their particular question. In order to do that, we had to build this module, which seems to be taking forever to open up. So it's got information in there about the project name, the project ownership, a little bit of a description of the project, and then a whole series of tabs basically that enable you to identify whether or not it or what the rules were for how you selected the site, how you assessed the site, and what rules you use. Finally, she opened up. So here is the project metadata. You'll notice that there are now 372 projects in here. I set one up yesterday called Rescue. But I didn't really populate it. So I want to edit it. So here's what you would do, for example, if you had a new project, this is where you would start. You would start in here. So I want to edit this rescue. And I know Sayaben is on the email, so you're going to help me do this. You might want to even unmute while we set this up. So I'm assuming either electrofishing or seinium was used with or without block nets. This was a fish rescue. They had multiple sites that they used. I do not believe there was anything used, no spatial factors. I'm assuming it started in 2021. I don't know the exact date. Simon, maybe you could help me out.
Was Siobhan.
Or Siobhan, sorry.
That's okay. What site is this for? Sorry.
This is for the whole project.
Oh,
So-
okay. Yeah. So I would just keep it at that date.
Okay, so you started sometime in May. There were no spatial factors, or were there other? I mean, was there anything that directed you to these? I guess it was your watershed, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Halton region?
That's correct. Yeah.
Of course, everybody's going to get to see how good of a typist I am. Were there any administrative, political, or management scenarios that directed you to do this sampling? I assume they were going to habitat destruction or something. What were they going to do?
Most of our staining is for red side dace.
So what was the direction? So it wasn't land use that directed you to do, there wasn't barriers. What was directing you to do this sampling?
This one, Andrea, this one I believe is a removal of a weir. So it was removing a barrier to migration.
Oh, so it actually was barriers to migration then, both. Okay, and the biological, physical, chemical things, it would have been a specific species. Is that correct?
I think it was more so for just a restoration improvement through the stream reach there.
Okay. And the site location was definitely not random, was it? It was targeted. Is there anything else you wanted to add in about these site locations?
I think, I guess it would just be accessible, targeted. That's probably it.
Okay. And the site boundaries, you clearly didn't use OSAP. What did you use for your site boundaries?
It was just the construction area. So whatever was bounded in the dewatered area.
Okay, I think this is a valuable exercise to go through this because you will see the variety of fields that are in here. Each of these will now be searchable. So that if, for example, when we later on, when we want to export data, you can export data only that meets OSAP coordinates. The metadata will be associated with all of the records now that are entered into this system. So that from now till eternity, people will have be able to make a conscious decision about this data and how useful it is for whatever the question is that they're trying to answer. Down at the bottom here, I'm assuming you want to make this open. I hope.
I guess for this one, yeah.
Sure. Okay. Update. So now this metadata will be associated with all other records. We've already, I think we've already associated this with conservation. I don't think we have actually.
So Les, I have a quick question for you then. If
Uh-huh.
you do this project as fish rescues, these ones are specific to some certain sites. What would we do if we had fish rescues where we wanted to then keep them private, either for landowner privacy or for species at risk or anything like that? Would we have to create a different project that would then not be open?
Good question. I don't think we can have multiple. Yeah, it would be. Doug can help me on this. There is within the metadata section, there's an ability to take individual records and assign deviations from the study design to it. I don't know if, actually, I do know. Access is one of those fields. So no, you wouldn't have to. If that makes sense. So it'll make more sense when I get into the utility, the Excel utility. You can have an individual field that says 1 means it's accessible, 0 means it's inaccessible. You would change it and set it for that setting for that individual record. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. As long as we can see how to do that later on, that'd be great.
Oh, okay. I just realized I'm putting that in the wrong field. What I should be looking up here is rescue.
And I think, Les, you're not going to find it because this is a list of projects that have been associated with organizations.
Oh,
Rescue is not on that list.
so I have to do it. So I'm actually
Exactly.
adding an entry. Right. So I have to go to
The project title is Fish Rescue.
fish rescue. Fish rescue, there it is. Okay. And I assign this to Conservation Halton. And you are the lead. All right, so now we've taken care of the metadata side of things. The next step is to, I'm gonna go through this first, show you this, and then I'm gonna put you to work. So the next step would be making sure that your stream exists, basically. Now it turns out that all the ones in that list, Bronte, 16 Mile, are both in the system. So, I mean, I could search that for you and just prove it to you. Just to make sure, there's Bronte Creek. There's a Bronte Creek tributary. These are the stream codes. That is the right thing. So you know that your stream is in the database. You can use that information for all additional records. If it's not in the database, then you hit add an entry. Okay, so then the next thing to do would be stream and site codes. So you've got a stream code. You want to make sure that a site code is unique to it. So for example, we had BN1.
That's the
Sorry.
stream name.
Yeah,
field.
yeah. I'm in the wrong one.
You knew that.
I knew that.
You
Maybe I
put in the
should have-
Bronte going,
Maybe I
fine.
should have had another coffee. Okay, so the first one in their system is Bro-476. I want to see if it's in the system, and sure enough, it is. So that's good. It means the data is already there, or at least for that code. If you are just doing one or two sites at a time, this is the fastest way to ensure that you have unique codes for that site that you're going to enter the data for. Okay, so I just want to make sure that it was there. Now I want to show you the next two buttons, which are ways to actually access data or edit data. So there are two different mechanisms. And the reason there's two is because lots of people like the interactive screen that HabProgs provided. So this screen here is basically the same way that people would have looked for data within HabProgs. So you would be able to click on this thing here, look for Bronte. There's Bronte Creek. It'll do a search. It'll come up with all the different sites that are within Bronte Creek. You can either type them or you can look for them. We can look for this Bro 297. You can see they're all here. There's a lot of data on Bronte Creek. Oh, sometimes it's faster to type it. And when you click on that, you can see that it was sampled in 2007 and 2008. And each of those for 2007, there was one sample. And there's the data that was collected in 2007. From also within this screen, you can sort by different codes. You can search by projects or metadata. So you can search for the metadata. And this is a cool thing. You can restrict your search. So you can restrict your search to just OSAP data or whatever criteria you want to restrict your search by. And you click on that button and it will restrict it. You can also do by location in the same way that you can on the other map. You can search for sites within a location and then they will come up in the listing, which is pretty cool, I think. You can also add your new data right from here. So if you search the list and your site's not here, you click on this and you can enter your site before you start doing anything else. You can also manage the site data. So for example, if we look at Bro, and that should have gone straight to Bro, it did not.
We seem to be having trouble constraining the list to your search criteria.
That's annoying.
I know.
This worked a week or so ago. Okay, not sure why the constraint is not working, but it's not. Sorry about that. Okay, it's also
You
not
can
letting.
still edit that stream code to be BN1, obviously.
Pardon me? Yes, I could. Basically, once you get to here, you basically can see any of this data. So it's a cool way of just accessing whatever data you want and getting straight to the data screen for editing, reviewing, etc. One of the things I wanted to note here is, so I've clicked on this site. This is Bro 297. You will note that it's never been corrected. So that means no one's actually gone into this data and looked at whether or not this site is in the right location. Now, it turns out there's a FWIS mapping coordinate. There's a sample coordinate. Both of them are in pretty close agreement. I can't tell you the history of this right now as to why one is different than the other. You can zoom in, and one of the things we want to do is correct it. Now, since we have Andrea and Siobhan on the phone right now, we're going to correct it right now. So it says cross bridge to access site east, take small trail to creek, walk downstream to bottom, cross over approximately 50 meters upstream from a large eroded wall and sharp bend. So in theory, we're 50 meters upstream of this wall. Check this out. 42 meters. So it looks to me like that location is the correct one. This one is not. You like that little technique? Whoops. What just happened there?
Just an FYI, Les, I think that wall actually starts further downstream.
Oh, so it might be even further upstream than that.
No, the wall starts further downstream. So you can see it. I think where you've got it pointed, there's debris there with a tributary. It's that, yeah, it's closer down towards almost like right above where it says update in that area.
Oh, you think that's where the, oh, there's the wall there. Oh, I
Yeah.
see. So, Claire, let's try that again. Get rid of that. So you want to be 50 meters upstream of that. There's 42 approximately. So it's actually pretty good. Probably you're saying that is the crossover there. I actually like the crossover up there, but we can debate that afterwards. It's your data. If you think this is where the station started, then that's where the dot should be. And to do that, you do that. And you add in a corrected coordinate. You hit update. And as they say, Bob's your uncle. And this has already been approved. I'm going to say data owner confirmed. What happened to my scene? Yikes. I'm not sure what happened there. Okay. That's how you individually and utilizing the map imaging can correct and change a location. Now, I should also say that within this site, there's all kinds of other bells and whistles and toys to help you. Some of our data is still not perfect. In fact, I should have shown you, there's a site still in Lake Ontario. It drives me, why are we doing this? I'm not sure what's happening here. My screen is resetting or something. There's lots of features here to help you locate a site. We've had some, there's one at least from Oshawa Creek that's in the middle of Lake Ontario still, it needs to be fixed. You can use geocoding, you can type in coordinates here and it will go to it and it will automatically, you can use the description within the site description to zoom to where the site should be. Ideally, there's usually, roads in here, road crossings you can use to find the location and correct it. It's getting a lot better. We used to have hundreds of sites that were in the middle of farm fields, middle of Lake Ontario or Lake Huron or Lake Superior, and we are slowly getting them fixed. but it's an ongoing process. And as I say, it's relatively easy to do, especially within this framework, and the Google images are pretty slick. As you can see, there's that wall that Siobhan was talking about. It's very slick and easy to do, but it takes time. While we're in here, I'm going to go over this a little bit. There are opportunities for recording the site markers. There's opportunities for loading up the sketches and photos. And in fact, Doug has a utility I'll be demonstrating here shortly to facilitate loading these in bulk. But if you're just doing 1 or 2 sites at a time, you literally just click on this, you map it to your computer, and you choose the file and upload it. So you describe what the sketch is, what the comments are you have, you choose the file and upload it. The more of these we get in the system, the better. The reason I say that is because this information, especially the photos, is really important for long-term understanding of the state of the stream at that location. And this data gets lost. I retired, and when I retired, unfortunately, my hard drive was stored in a location that it crashed, and thousands of photographs and sketches would have been lost if I hadn't have uploaded them to FWIS before I retired. And that is incredibly valuable information. And I did it. It took me a long time because I had to name all the photos, name all the sketches, which was a bit of a pain. But am I ever glad I did that? Because as I said, the hard drive crashed, lost all the information. Also, many of the old photos, the digital ones now are a lot better, but they are going to get lost if you don't put them in a repository that allows people to look at them in the future. If they're stored on somebody's hard drive in the middle of nowhere, doesn't matter. When you leave or when your job changes, the information will be lost. So please take the time to upload the information, and I'll show you how to do that. One of the things that we added in FWIS, I don't remember how many years ago now, it was after a terrible summer where I went to a whole bunch of sites that had been chosen geospatially. Turned out they were unsamplable. And so we created this module that enables you to record whether or not the site is unsamplable and why. It's particularly important for a study design. If you had 100 sites you were supposed to sample, 30 of them were dry, you only ended up with 70 in your final study design, but you actually visited 100. Let's record why it was unsamplable, and somebody will know in the future if they wanted to go to that site and sample it, what they're up against. Okay, does that answer your questions, Jen, about how to enter data in here?
Yeah, I was looking for, a single site, and then I'm assuming you're going to go over a bulk site.
I'm going to do bulk in a few minutes.
Perfect.
Okay, so I just wanted to show you the sampling data here now, the other way of searching for data. So this is the way I prefer to do it. It's a little faster. I can look for any kind of data here, including spatially. I use this screen all the time. I find it faster, and I like tabular expressions. Here is all the data from Bronte Creek, all 154 sites, and the data that's collected from them. I can see what data is available. I can sort them by types of data. So for some reason, I've got it set at Bankful. I must have been asking some questions about that. I can search it for electrofishing data if I want. It'll tell me what the project data is, et cetera, et cetera. So there's the data. So one of the things you can do, and I'm going to go to our friend BRO-476. Do a search for that. What did I do wrong? That's weird. That should have worked. BRO-76.
Right there, Les, you got a 0.
I know, I'm trying to see why it didn't come up.
And it is BRO.
That's
and
what
it's
I
not a
thought.
big one.
It came up yesterday.
Just put in 476, leave the rest of it empty.
Well, there it is. Okay, the gremlins are inside my computer. I have no idea why that's not coming up. Only because we're doing a course, I guess. Huh. How about BRO?
It is perplexing because I just did exactly the same search and I've got BRO 476 2021 data. There's some other search criteria hidden in there. Do you have a space in a stream name or something or other?
I don't have any stream names selected.
Just
Although
put in the number.
It was
Or
acting
seven.
up here a second ago. So let's just see. Huh. This might not work for us. Doesn't this always happen?
And you got me because I'm doing exactly the same thing in my window and I am getting 476.
Okay, well, you're getting it and I'm not.
Yep.
My search is not working right now for whatever reason. Huh. Well, let's see if I can do it
I
through
was going to
this.
suggest, okay, you can come in that way. You know, DN1, Bronny.
One.
So there's a couple of shortcuts in using these big drop downs for Bronny Creek. You just, if you type BRO real quick in the keyboard, it'll take you directly down in the list.
BRO 476 2021 sample 1. I want to manage the sample event. Okay, so what should happen? You'll see that right now it's assigned to the Conservation Halton long-term environmental monitoring. That was the one that we entered in our bulk upload. We have site ID and electrofishing. I would like to manage that data. So this is what I'd like you guys to do. I need volunteers for this. It's not this. It should be fish rescue. And I tried to type as fast as I could.
The code for the project is rescue.
Stop that.
Just hit the cursor down key, but there it is.
Okay, electrofishing, that's all right. That's all right. It's open. Here's another where you can change it. Andrea, you can change the individual record right here if you want to hide one of them. Right? So you could just go in here and change it here as well. And it'll update it. And now I want to change this one. Okay, so what I would like you to do as a crew, I would like you to volunteer to change some of these records for me, as I'm doing, to fish records. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to switch my screen again. Back to the presentation. And I'd like you to volunteer. And I'm going to type your names. Into the presentation. And you're going to change them. following the rules that I just showed you. Hopefully. Yes, hopefully you're seeing the table now, are you? So I did the second one. Who would like to do 16 mile? SK 216. They all have to be changed to fish rescue.
Les, can you make the screen bigger? It's really hard to read
Okay,
the
Is that
table.
better?
There you go.
Yeah, that's better. Thanks.
okay, Jen, you just agreed to do SK 216.
There's one little wrinkle on this, Les, and I'm a little perplexed. You were using your Les Stanfield-U account.
Yep.
And when you went through the incremental add update sampling data and navigate through that, it blocked you. And I
Blocked
believe it was
because
because of permissions.
I don't have permissions.
Whereas when you went through the sample events generic way that second time, it worked fine. But that's when I got worried.
Oh, well, the reality is other people should be able to do it right now, correct?
Maybe.
Okay, let's see if they can do it. Who would like to do Bro 497? Andrea?
Because it turns out if we have a few gaps in the security, and it doesn't shock me in a big way if we do, then folks will be able to do this. Otherwise, they may themselves get blocked or not be able to find the record or
Right.
something.
Let's find
So it'll
out.
be an interesting exercise nonetheless. I'm curious. I'll just say right now that if people run into security issues, what I typically do is bump them up to be a full researcher, which gives them pretty much blanket access across the board to all the data. I read them the Riot Act and explain what's happening and all that stuff, and that everything they do is monitored. That's one of the caveats of FWIS as well, is we do watch what's going on. We keep access logs, transaction logs, all kinds of stuff. So it'll be interesting to see who can, when I up the ante and say, okay, here's a little challenge. Maybe you're testing our security system. Now we'll see who's interested in trying.
Okay, let's get some volunteer names down. Anybody want to put their hand up, or am I going to just assign things?
Les, it's Ian. I'll do 562.
Okay, thank you, Ian. Next.
Danielle can do 563.
Okay,
And you've got Amanda for something else. Are these all 563 or 386?
no, they're all different ones I'm putting down. Oh, there's two for, yeah, sample one is going to be Danielle, unless you want to do them both. We'll spread the wealth. Somebody else can do sample two.
Amanda's put her hand up.
Paul put his hand up too. Paul. Amanda. Whoops. And we got one last one.
You got Matt Gunning.
Matt, perfect. All right, get her done. We're here to help you if you run into problems. The rest of you who don't have one, do me a favor and at least go through the process. So you are familiar with how you would do your own data and how you would update it.
Hey Les, this is Elizabeth from the TRC. I don't actually have access. None of those site codes are coming up for me.
Okay.
So Elizabeth, then the question is, which access are you using? Either the added data / add update sampling data, the sort of multi-stage form, or the sort of blanket sample events one that Les said?
I'm under the add edit data sample events. So I tried to enter in the site codes in the respective spot and it didn't, it's coming
Is
up
that
as
the one
no
that's
matching
step
entries
one,
now.
2, step 3 form?
Pardon?
there's a form that says step 1, step 2, step 3. The update, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll go through that one and see if it comes up.
Okay.
Sounds like somebody else has construction going on at their place.
That's me. I have to mute from time to time because they decided right now to install our back door and they're nailing it in place. So
Oh, I thought you were at the office.
I was, and that's where the networking was down.
Oh, man.
That's why I was late. Sorry.
Maybe what I'm going to do is log off of FWIS and log back in and see if that thing will fix itself.
This is Mary. I'm doing the one that says Matt. I am having a bit of problems. I can't seem, I found the site, and when I go to edit it, I'm not seeing where I can change it to fish rescue.
It's to the far right-hand side.
Did you make it into the managed sampling?
2000.
We can share your screen.
I went into like the filter to find the site, and then I'm clicking edit the site identification data. Is that correct?
So Mary, are you comfortable
No.
sharing the screen if I authorize that?
Yep.
You can just share the window if that's of use as well. Okay, so I'm going to authorize multiple participants can share. We'll just kind of keep an eye on things.
Okay. Now I'm not overly familiar with Zoom. Where is the share screen?
So when you hover over the window, down at the bottom, there should be a button that appears.
Oh, I see it.
Screen.
Okay.
Okay, so Chiffon's having issues as well.
Are you seeing my screen?
Not yet.
No.
Okay. Is it showing?
Nope.
Oh, okay. It says on my screen that I am screen sharing.
That is interesting.
Wonder if Les has to
Oh,
stop
shared screen.
sharing.
Oh, maybe I have to stop sharing.
No, actually, Les, it's good. Under view options at the top, there's an option to switch back and forth.
Oh. Well, I'm seeing somebody's screen now.
I think it's mine.
Okay, brilliant. So you go back to
She was doing 386.
manage. Okay, to the left, step 3, where it says manage sampling at this site.
Yeah,
That's where you click on.
If you right click and open a new tab, that's
there we go.
for that.
There you go.
So 386.
And then you go to the right-hand side of that page,
Yeah, in the edit.
edit. There you go.
Change the project code to rescue, was it Les?
Yep. RESC, if you type that in.
Oops. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And do that for both of them. You know, in all the years I've used FWIS, not once have I gone through sampling events and not been able to find a site. This is just absolutely bizarre.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I don't know why that site's not showing up. It is the most bizarre thing.
So Mary, I think you can stop sample sharing at this point.
How's everybody else doing?
unless you may need to reshare.
Okay.
Well, I can't find my site either, actually. The one that you gave to me, there's no 2011 year. Or-
2021, isn't it?
Oh, is it 21? I thought I saw 11
2020.
in
Uh,
the table. Am I misreading the table?
well, I'm going to switch to,
Yeah, bring up the table, because if it is 21, I found it, but if it's 2011, there's no
some
record
reason.
for that. And you told me SK less. There is no SK 216, but there is an SX 216.
SX. Yeah,
Okay.
I should have left it open. Share. It's SX1,
Yeah.
and you're
Yeah.
right. That
Yeah,
does say
so-
2011.
Oh, thank God. I'm like, am I misreading this or what? Okay, so you want me to change 2021. Is that correct? Because there is no 2011.
Well, now I'm confused. That looks like a typo to me, doesn't it? Andrea?
That's the one that I said was a typo yesterday.
Ah, and I missed that. So when you go into, it's probably says 2011, Jen.
Yes, it does.
You have to change everything.
Oh, sorry. No, it doesn't. It says there's no 2011. There's only 2009 and 2021.
Well, so then that was an error in my table that I sent to Andrea then. So your date is
Okay.
probably correct. It was
Okay.
that means I probably corrected it before we uploaded it, but it was an error in the table that I just copied and pasted.
Okay. So you want me to change 2021 for conservation Halton.
Yes,
It's a lot of 16-mile creeks.
there is.
Simcoe, Central Lake, Anaraska. There's a whole bunch.
There, is that better? Oh, the art of
That's fine. Yeah.
editing.
Hang on a second, Les. I'm confused too, though. I'm looking behind the scenes at the data in the system, and there is no 2021 data at SXM 2020-216.
Yeah, so this is the one that I said I think is a typo. There is a station that we have that is SXM-216.
Yeah,
I think there is a typo on this one where they entered data, but we did not do that in 2021.
oh, Les.
Oh, Lord, Lord, Lord.
And for this
Yes.
one, this would not be a fish rescue project either. So that's
It's a disaster.
this is the one that I said that we should not be including. Yeah, I would take that one right off.
Okay,
Did it-
Andrea, I am not touching your data. I am not going to make any
Thanks.
edits.
This is a beautiful conversation because basically this data was in HabProgs. It's sent to us. The assumption is if it's in HabProgs, we just upload it. And you're getting a glimpse of what Doug and I have to deal with the HabProgs data. There's no way to it hasn't been verified spatially. There's no QA QC codes within HabProgs to change it from SXM to SX whatever. We just have to deal with it as best we can. And I think I left it in there on purpose, just to demonstrate that life isn't perfect when you deal with HabProgs.
You had to pick me for this one, right, Les?
Yeah. So what
Is
you're
anyone
saying-
else having success? I'm curious.
We should all just about be done by now, I hope. Are you? Does anybody else need more time?
I just have a quick question.
Who's
Okay.
that?
Sorry, I think there's two people talking.
Okay, you talk, you speak first. Who is it? Who's
Okay.
speaking?
Andrea.
This is Andrea.
Okay, Andrea.
So I am updating Bro 497 and up to the point where I can search for the sample event. Like I went through, it gave me steps 1, 2, 3, 4. And at step 3,
Yeah.
put manage sampling at the site.
Yes.
And then I can't find from there the data to fix it.
If you click on that, the metadata should come up. Manage the data at
Okay,
this
I will-
site.
Do it for a sec.
You want to share your screen?
Just give me 1 sec. I gotta go back into it because I went back to redo my steps and I have to completely redo my steps. So just give me a few minutes.
I see. Okay.
If you can actually throw up your screen to show where I should be, then I can compare. I think I'm in the
Okay.
right.
Yeah, Les, I was gonna say, I think one more demo would be helpful.
Okay. I will do that for the ones that are working.
Yeah, I think I've gone down the wrong path. I can't seem to follow the steps.
Okay. So you go to, hopefully you're looking at my FWIS screen again, correct? Okay.
So as I like
I-
to point out to folks as well, in using these drop-down things, you got from A down to the B really quickly by typing the letter B.
Yep,
But you could have typed BR. and
I
gone
did.
straight to the BRs.
I did type BR,
Okay, well, you weren't quick.
but I typed it, I wasn't fast enough. So that's all there is to it. So what site are you looking for again? Andrea, you're looking for Bro
Row dash
497.
497.
Row dash 497. Okay, there's the 2021 data. You go to this button here. Manage
Yep.
sampling at that site. And it comes up, and that's the screen you see.
Yep.
You click on edit. And then you change this one to rescue. There, I typed fast enough that time.
Where's the edit button?
It was, oops, I'll back up. Well, no, I want to cancel. On the right-hand side here, you see this little blue icon?
Oh, like the little pencil?
Yeah, the little pencil.
Okay.
And then if you hover over it, it says edit.
Okay, that's where my issue was. I couldn't find that.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Now, while Andrea is editing that one, I wanted to show you this button here, the copy sample event. It comes in mighty handy for site ID information, for example, or if you want to assign multiple projects to it. So let's say hypothetically, you know, they went to the same site twice that year. So they could click on that, basically change this to a 2, type the data in here, hit add, and it will replicate the data under a new sample number. Pretty cool, eh? Particularly for site ID, which is mandatory. People get tired of typing the data in all the time, especially if the location is slightly different. So if you've been to a site and you have a, you know, you're downstream 10 meters, you can copy that whole file and then move the sample location down 10 meters or up 20 meters or whatever it is. All you have to do is change the location and any other, you're editing rather than typing from scratch. The same goes for any other data that you collect.
I have a quick question, Les.
Sure.
I'm in the right spot now, but there's a site identification sample event type and the electrofishing type. Which
Yep.
one should we be moving to rescue?
Both.
Both, okay. That answers my question.
Okay. I just noticed we have an opportunity that hasn't been approved either. This is also the button where you approve the data, assuming you've looked at it. I can't do that because I haven't looked at the data. Okay, does anybody else need more time? Ian, how are you doing? Danielle, Paul?
I'm done mine. I couldn't access it through the sample or the site. Sorry, the sample event one. I had to go through the add update sampling data. So I have the same problem everybody else has had.
Not sure why that's the case. Like I said, in however many years I've been using FWIS, That's the first time that this one has let me down, the sample events.
I was, I tripped up on a couple of steps, but I ended up managing to figure it out and completed the task.
Good. Okay.
Les, I just have a quick question. For whatever reason, I was only able to update one of them. Like I was able to change the sample event for electrofishing to the fish rescue. But when I tried to do it for the site identification, I got a warning that said it already exists.
Oh, is that because we just changed it or somebody else changed it?
I'm not sure.
Perhaps refresh your screen and see if it comes up as rescue.
Okay.
While she's doing that, I think I got mine. I got both changed to fish rescue. So as far as
Excellent.
I did it.
Good job.
Yeah, so for mine on this second one here, it says unable to update electrofishing sampling. That sample event already exists. Warning, form not saved. But the other one, it worked just fine.
Well, the only way that in theory that should happen. Sorry, which site were you working on?
I am doing SXM-563.
SXM.
16 Mile Creek.
Okay. Uh, 16 Mile Creek. Oh, that's interesting.
Now, is it sample 1, 2, or 3? 1 and 2 are currently rescued. 3 still sees
Oh.
one.
Yeah, so I'm doing 3.
And that's where you got in trouble?
Yeah, so it just worked. It worked. So there's the 2 different sample events and it worked fine for one of them, but not for the other one.
Well, let's.
Manage sample.
Huh. Well, I'm going to try it if you don't mind.
Yeah.
The gremlins are now in your computer.
Oh, I think I see what happened actually.
What happened?
I think what I did was I tried to change the sample event, so that's why it wasn't working because I had already done the electrofishing.
By reusing the same form.
Oh, by reusing the same form. No, yeah, it'll get confused by that.
Yeah, that's an issue.
Yeah, that makes sense now. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Any other questions on this access? You can see how, I mean, it's a little clunky at times, but there is a lot of functionality. The editing screens are very helpful for managing the metadata. I think that was the whole point of doing this. And that to point out to you that the data is only as good as the metadata, because the metadata influences all of the searching afterwards. So it's really important for us to get our metadata together and improve it. And I spent months last winter editing and fixing metadata, particularly to do with project information. A lot of sites that didn't have projects or had the wrong projects. I did the best I could on thousands of records. So you can well imagine that perhaps I made a couple of mistakes. So it's worthwhile having a look at your data and just making sure it makes sense, because that's your search criteria will be influenced by how good the metadata is. Okay. All right. I'm going to switch screens again. Any other questions about that, or we're on to
Les, I
next
just
one.
wanted to comment a little bit more about your project and sample event metadata. Just 1 or 2 things that may not be clear. You sort of touched on the notion that you went through, I think, every project and assigned tick boxes here and there for why that project was a certain way, what kinds of settings were appropriate, and so on. when you add a sample event to a project, by default, it picks up all of the attributes of that project. But any one of them can be overridden. In that manage sample event, there's usually another tab that was the project metadata, things that can be changed from the project for just that sample. So that's one aspect of it. The other thing is in a bigger picture, I talk about this project metadata when I'm talking to librarians, and I'm working on a project right now to get FWIS certified as something called Core Trust Seal. And it's a formal international specification for data repositories. A lot of universities are working on this kind of thing as well, but they have millions of records in all kinds of fields. They have no idea what data they're dealing with. So when it comes to curating data, I can say a level of curation that we do is far beyond what a lot of them are doing. Apologize for the banging in the background. Anyway, what it starts to address, we already have the where, the what, the when, who did it, and so on. What we've been missing for many years, and not just in environmental data, is the why. Why did you do this study at this site? And that stuff starts to address that. And people are really keenly in that question, the why of things. Because actually, when you think about it from a researcher's perspective down the road, they're saying, do I really care that Andrea was at Bro 497 or wherever she was and did this in 2021 and was looking for something or other? But the why stuff helps to start to make some of those decisions more obvious as well. And then a researcher in the future can say, yes, that data is really interesting, or no, it's of no interest. I wanted randomly selected sites, or I wanted stuff where they were looking for this or that. So the why stuff can be really valuable down the road. That's my 2 cents.
Great, thank you, Doug. Okay, I have now switched screens. Hopefully you're looking back at my PowerPoint deck. Is that correct? Hopefully,
We're
yes.
on the exercise slide.
Pardon me? Oh, you're on the exercise. Good. Okay. Okay, now I want to talk to you about the Excel utility. Now this thing is probably, without blowing Doug's smoke too much, the most powerful tool he's built yet for FWIS. And I think it took him about 2 years to build this thing, so it's fully functional. It's still got some bumps in it, but 90% of the time it works really well. The reason it was developed was for bulk uploads. And then as we were developing it, we realized it can be more than bulk uploads. It can actually be used for comparing data. So that's really important because, for example, Conservation Halton has their own database with their fisheries data. So do many of the conservation authorities and other organizations. And they're regularly editing their data, I assume. So are we in FWIS, regularly editing and updating the data. Now we have 2 copies of basically the same data. This tool allows you to compare data sets and look for differences in field, at the field level, which is incredibly powerful. Overwhelming, but incredibly powerful. Now, I'd like to say it's sort of in its infancy in that Doug has built the tool. What we need to do sort of as a next step is help us to understand the implications of these comparisons. And I'll get to that as you start to see how it's used. So the first thing we do is you basically go to the website, and on the opening page, you download the utility. And we're going to be using it for a variety of features, including you can actually upload a brand new table, one that is not in FWIS. This is what we call the iEnvironment. So you can actually upload data that is not compatible with FWIS. We will link it through as many tables as we can. We will attempt, and I hope you will attempt, to upload. In fact, we won't let you upload it without the metadata. So where, why, and what you collected needs to be documented. And then you can upload another data set. So for example, I'm working with TRCA right now, who've got a phenomenal geomorphic database that was collected following some protocols that John Parrish developed that aren't OSAP. Doesn't mean the data is not fabulous. It's just non-OSAP. So we are in the process of figuring out how to upload that data. I know Rob McAvith is on the call. He collected some data through his research that was non-OSAP. Excellent data. We assigned all the right metadata and uploaded it using this tool. It's also got the validate data. So if you upload data, are there any problems with it? Have you got text data in a numeric field, for example? Have you got data that it doesn't fit for whatever reason? You can use validate data. You can download a table. So that I showed you earlier how you can do export data from within FWIS. You can do the same thing here. You can click on this button, identify the table that you want to download, and it will download the master data set. So you can then use it to compare data. You can also compare your data to the server. This is really important for example, making sure the site data is or isn't in FWIS. If it's already in there, you don't want to upload it twice. We can also update the data. If you've checked your data and you find that there are discrepancies, your data is more up to date than the data that's in FWIS, you can compare it and update it. And finally, uploading data. So you can actually upload the data from an Excel spreadsheet. Very cool. So with any luck, this is going to work. And I say luck because it could be. So we got a bunch of data from Conservation Halton, as I mentioned earlier. This is the Excel spreadsheet. Here is the FWIS button here. And there are those fields. Within the table, probably the most important thing I can show you is the introduction. This section here, definitely, I'm not going to read it all for you, but I highly suggest that if you download this table, you read this, because 90% of the problems you're going to have are dealt
Sorry,
with.
Les, I don't think we're seeing what you're seeing.
Oh,
So
You
I
haven't
don't
had a
know.
window open. Yeah,
well, that's interesting. Okay, let's go to this
just
one. then.
adjust what you're sharing. There we go.
That look better?
Yep.
Okay, this is the first page, the introductory page within the spreadsheet. As I said earlier, it's got more of the problems that you're going to have are here, or at least described here. It also has a hyperlink to each of the pages. Obviously, each of these hyperlinks here, hyperlinks to one of the tables of FWIS. They're all here. So you can upload any of the data or review any of the data that are here. They're all here. And there's a hyperlink to them, including the organization. If your organization's not in FWIS, you can upload it from here. To be honest, I was talking earlier about a hybrid model. What I tend to do is load in the metadata manually. It's faster and it's an easier data screen than doing it this way. The reason I'll show you why. I'll click the hype. Now here's the table for project code that records all of the metadata that I was showing you earlier. It's got however many columns. It's horrible. It's not easy to read. It doesn't have the text that the manual field has to explain each of them. It's just a table. You can enter it like this. I tend to enter it in FWIS directly, and I do that first. That makes sense? So I tended to, for the very strong metadata, stream codes, site unique, although site unique I will do here if I have a whole bunch of sites. So depending on whether I'm entering something in one row or 20 rows, I'll either do it this way or I'll do it within FWIS manually. The beauty of this, though, is that you can hyperlink to each of the pages from this page. The second page is a worksheet. So I brought in all of the HabProgs data from Conservation Halton. There were, I sorted them and I've played with it, basically trying to organize it so that I could upload it. It's a working page. You don't need to worry about it. You just try to manipulate the data. It's a lot harder if you're taking it from an existing database like HabProgs than if you're taking it from a structured database like FWIS, or if you're entering it from scratch. Either way, that's basically what you do. Most of you, I imagine, will have structured databases that you're storing your information in, and that's what you do. So what I did is I extracted the list of sites. So these are stream codes and sites from within the HabProgs database. All I've done is pulled them out, and I'm going to check and see whether or not they are unique. So the first thing I want to do is compare the worksheet to the server. It'll tell me I have to log in. With any luck, this is going to work. We don't want any more gremlins. It's logged in successfully. It's running the query. It's comparing each of those sites, and it's deciding whether or not it's a new site, as in this one is not in the database. This one is in the database. So it's done that for each of these 180 sites that were in their database. And it worked pretty slick. And you will notice in a second, it's a lot faster to add this in than it is to add them in manually. So what I want to do next is I will take this data set. Whoops. And I'm going to sort it. By column G. And it tells me that 4 of the sites are brand new, that I should enter those. They are not in the system. So I want to insert a row here because I don't want the query to go any further than that. Not that it would do anything anyways. With a 0, it basically doesn't act. I don't want it updating them though, because I don't know if the descriptions that are here are any better than the ones that are in FWIS. So I don't want it to update them. I don't want to go through the process right now of checking to see whether or not the description in FWIS is better than the one that is in HabProgs. But I do want to add these 4. So the next thing I do is just click on this. Say upload data.
No, update data, Les.
Update data. What did I do?
You tried to upload the whole table.
Oh, sorry. What did I do wrong? I hit the wrong button, didn't I? Let's try that again. Okay, so it's going to perform the update specified in the action column, which is add. And for some reason, 2 of them failed. Oh, and the only reason they would fail is because SHR doesn't exist, I assume.
That's correct.
That is correct.
It's
Okay.
not very good at finding alias codes for streams right now.
Beautiful. So
We've had this discussion about Shack as what's in FWIS right now for Shore Acres Creek.
So this is wonderful. I actually should have checked this. I tried to bypass the system. So if you remember that diagram, I said you can't add a site to a stream that doesn't exist. SHR doesn't exist. So what's that stream called? I don't even know what that is.
SHAC for Shore Acres Creek.
Oh, it's the wrong code.
Yeah, Shack.
S.
We always had it as SHR.
SHAR?
It's actually SHAC right now. So throw it in as SHAC, and then we'll change the whole stream to be SHR in a few minutes.
Wonderful. Okay, so let's
All
try
right.
that again.
Do me a favor, Les, before you run that again,
Uh-huh.
take a 0 on the two,
Yep.
row 5 and 6 that got
Yep.
added successfully.
Oh, for crying out loud.
The case doesn't matter.
Oh, case doesn't matter. Okay, I got to change these to 0. So I've already done those.
So just to fill in a few more details, this thing processes the stuff record by record. It stops at the first blank line. So when Les added this blank line at line 7, the rest of it's ignored. But it does pay attention to the 0s and 1s in the reconcile column when he's doing update server from worksheet.
And apparently it's not SHAC either. Okay, so basically this is hilarious. I tried to bypass the process. I didn't check the stream codes. I should have. If I'd have checked the stream codes and added those in, it would have worked. Should have worked. Which means that I do have to do this because my next one's not going to work either. And you're saying SHAK is not in the database or is in the database?
Sorry, I was muted. SHAC. Change the test to stir. Like each of these sheets, when you download the default, is populated with this test2 thing as just a demonstration. So test2 is a very volatile stream. If it's there, you can get rid of it. Shack Creek, try Shore Acres Creek. It probably doesn't even matter. All we care about is the stream code is Shack.
Right.
So if you do the compare to start,
For some reason, there we go. Compare, it says one update. I don't want to update it. Now it says it's in there. So that should have gone in.
you just did a comparison, Les. Sorry.
Yep.
Nothing changed on the server.
No, I know. It said it's in there.
Shore or SHR, right?
It said update, SHAC. Maybe I went too fast.
I think you did.
SHAC, Shore Acres Creek, did the set and it said to update it. It doesn't like the way I spelt it or whatever, but I don't really want to update it.
Well, the point is you do want to change the stream code.
Isn't it just searching to see if Shack is in there?
Shack is there.
Okay. So I don't want to update it.
Oh, okay.
I do want to understand why these two aren't going in though. Wow, there you go.
Okay, but you've been doing comparisons, right? Like, was that an update?
That was an update. Try that one more time.
Yeah, the status and details are an issue. It needs those two column names as well. There we go. Okay, it does a comparison.
Okay, so the update means they're in there.
It will be shortly if you press the update button.
No,
Just
my
tell me what
understanding.
it's about to do. Yes. Now you're good.
Okay. All of that was to try to get me to, sorry, I shouldn't have taken that long. I should have known that. Conservation Halton site ID. Here are a number of sites. I'm not going to do them all. It will take too long. So I'm just going to ask it to update 14 rows of data. As you can see, it's a lot of data. This is not all of the fields within the site ID table. So if I go to this one, there are many more columns in this table that may or may not get filled out, particularly all the data associated with unsamplable. So if there's no data in a field, you can leave it empty. All you have to do is the mandatory fields. So these ones have to be entered. These ones should be entered. And the coordinates have to be entered at some point. You need to have at least the UTMs or the lats and longs. If not, you'll get a comment saying you're missing geo coordinates. Actually, that's what we hope you'll get. But you don't have to fill in all the tables. That's my point. So I pulled this data yesterday, and fingers crossed, I'm going to compare this data to the server. Comparison was complete. And it said it should all be added. It's telling me it's going to update and load that data. And with any luck, already exists. Okay. Well, that's good. It means it didn't update, didn't load in data that was already in there. That's a good thing. And it added data that was needed. I could do the rest of this, but I'll do that later, tomorrow or the next day. The bottom line is that you basically can do this for all of the tables in here. And if you're comfortable with Excel, you've already entered your data in Excel. It's just a matter of matching the fields to the fields in here. So you basically can copy your data and paste it into here, or use queries within Excel or Access or whatever you're using to export the data and replicate these fields. And once you've done that, it's just a matter of checking it. Personally, I like the fact that it tells me whether or not the data is in the system or not. I find this incredibly valuable and faster than, doing them one at a time. And I can't tell, to be honest, I can't tell what's in FWIS and what's in HabProx. This thing allows me to do that. It will also do various queries depending on the table to make sure that the information is accurate. And that capacity is increasing as time goes on. So as Doug works on this table and we refine it, we identify problems, he's increasing the ability of the tool to identify issues. One of the things we identified early on were erroneous data sets within fields. So we would early on find, minus 99s or textual information in fields that are supposed to be numeric. Or in some of the other data, it's supposed to be an integer and we'd find decimal points. Things like that are very easy to check with this tool. And it's a lot faster to check it now before it gets uploaded than afterwards. And so Doug is increasing the capacity to do some validation as before you put the data in. So it's a really great tool for that. Are there any questions about this tool?
I'll just throw out the one obvious question for me during your demonstration. You did a comparison and it said add everything. Then when you did the ads, 5 or 6 records there came back with errors saying they're already there.
Yep.
Obviously that's an anomaly of some sort, and that's on my list to look into and figure out what the devil's going on there, because that's not how it's supposed to work. But
well, I'm assuming it's happening because they're in the system already.
Well, why didn't it tell you that up front though when you did the comparison?
Well,
Yeah, so something's a little funky
Okay,
there.
well, not really. It's just the terminology you've used. I've always interpreted that. Here we're having a debate in the training.
Okay, whatever.
I have interpreted that to mean that it's already in the system. And if you want to update it, you can, but you do so at your own risk. So on to the next one. The next one, sorry, are there any questions about the utility, but the Excel utility? Siobhan, you've used it. Do you have any comments about it?
I don't have any comments per se, but when we went over it a few times, the links wouldn't work. So I'm not as well versed in it as you may think I am.
I see. Oh yeah, you had
Because we had those problems online when we were trying to do it. And then I recently sent Doug all of our HabProgs information to upload. So
Yeah, it has not been widely used yet.
Oh, okay.
But it's steadily going under improvement. The one thing that you didn't touch on too far was there's 23 different sample events in the system, from benthics and channel morphology and fish and slope and everything else. And then there's dozens of subtables underneath those. So sites, for example, incorporate upstream and downstream markers. If you have exactly one upstream and one downstream, everything's good. Just put it in the site ID table. And then we discovered somewhere in FWIS there were a handful of sites that had 2 upstream markers or something silly.
Yeah.
And so there is a separate marker table and a way to do all that stuff. But you don't need to if you've only got one upstream, one downstream.
Right.
All these other guys, there's lookup tables. All of them can be accessed. Now, lookup tables typically are for administrator use if you want to change stuff. But if you're trying to validate your data against the lookup tables to say, for example, what models of electrofishing devices are supported, or do I have to put it in as other? The table of electrofishing devices is in the system, or in that spreadsheet. You have to scroll over. And that's why I constantly, every page has a link back to the introduction. You scroll through here looking for all the lookups. You know, you want to know what the abundance class for benthic surveys are. Well, guess what? There's a link to that table.
Right.
On and on. There's OKP shocker table.
Yeah, you're right. I should have mentioned that. There's more information in this table that when you do it manually, you don't need to know these codes. It searches for them. But here, if you're doing it this way, you need to know these codes.
It's helpful at least.
Yeah.
And there's always links. This is essentially throughout this spreadsheet an entire cross-reference of every table in the system. From the introduction, a link to the data tables, and then links to the lookups. And then each table says, well, where is this referred to? Well, in this case, shockers are used in fish sample events and so on and so on.
Right, right.
So that can be fairly helpful. This front page carries on with tons more explanation, the whole description. If you scroll down less, using this macro in general, the set of macros that Les has been demonstrating under the FWIS tab for doing this and that, most of this you don't need to read. It's stuff about how the thing works, I think. Maybe a few shortcuts. Scroll on down a little bit more. Here's some stuff about scientific collectors' permit reports. I needed a place to put this, and this seemed like a reasonable place. So it says, hey, we fill in the license number from the fish sample event column. It's called fish call permit no. What organization? Well, we need to know an organization type and all this stuff for the scientific, for the report, all these things. How do we answer all of these questions? Keep on going down. But is that the end of it after this bit, or is there another section in here?
Sorry, of what? I still have to do the photos and sketches.
I know. I wanted to mention that data validation.
Oh, yes.
Stuff.
Yeah. So there's a lot.
Excel functions that people can use is a VLOOKUP function. And first time my wife showed me VLOOKUP, she's an accountant. She knows how to use Excel blah, blah, blah. It threw me for a loop and I can never remember the details. So I threw some examples in here of how to use VLOOKUP. It's a harebrained function, but Excel's got it and it comes in handy sometimes, particularly for validating data. So using these lookup tables in the context of a spreadsheet full of data.
So basically what Doug's talking about is, for example, if you have a large data set that you want to upload to FWIS, these kind of fields come in very handy. So Rob, you're listening here. When I uploaded all your data, Rob had this unbelievable data set for the North Shore Lake Superior streams, and it was sitting in Excel spreadsheets. And for a bottle of scotch, I decided to help him out and load it into FWIS. And basically, I used lookup tables because they were all Excel spreadsheets. And I had to know whether or not the data matched across all of the fields for the metadata. And this came in very handy for checking out those data sets before I could upload them. It saved a lot of time. Mainly, FWIS won't let you upload data if it's not supported by the previous tables, but this saved me having to deal with hundreds of records and looking at them one at a time, basically. So it was very, very helpful. Sorry, there's, as Doug mentioned, there is a ton of information in here. And when you start to run into problems, like I did there just a minute ago, there's usually some sort of an explanation on this page to walk you through the problems. So I'll ask again, are there any questions about the Excel utility, other than we need a better name for it? Okay. I know some of you that are on the call have got data sets that have yet to be loaded up, Mark Desjardins. And this tool might come in really handy for extracting data that is in, let's say, not the best shape and making it accessible. And others that I'm not aware of, I'm sure there's data around that, that could benefit from this tool. Okay, the next thing I want to talk to you about is the photo and sketch upload utility. Hopefully you can see the slide there now. I've already whined a little bit about the fact that photos get lost and sketches are fine if they're on the field sheet, but when you're out in the field looking for a site that you can't find, you don't have access to that sketch anymore. And I have actually used the sketches that we uploaded to FWIS to find sites out in the middle of the bush. So I highly recommend that the sketches and the photos be uploaded, particularly for the next person who's trying to find your site. And it's relatively easy. The only challenge right now so far is that the photos can only be 2 megs. And most of our cameras these days take pictures at higher resolution than that. That's something we have to deal with. Doug's already trying to figure out a way that he can deal with higher pixelated photos. I'm not sure when that solution will come out, but for now, they basically have to be 2 megs or under to upload. The sketches are never a problem with that because they're usually JPEGs. Typically what happens is you have a file with hundreds of photos or hundreds of sketches and you want to upload it. You need to name the files logically so that when you create the spreadsheet, it's easy to fill out and easy to match them. And you can use things like concatenating queries to help you manage the naming convention. For descriptions, you can also use concatenating or find replace to do it. So we're going to try something here. Like, why not? Because I mean, what could possibly go wrong if I try to upload some digital photo data? Again, what could possibly go wrong? Where is this? Is it?
Are you switching to the spreadsheet share?
I'm trying to, and my eyes aren't good enough to see which one it is. So, nope, it's not this one. I should close this one. Let me see. There it is. Okay, which screen are you seeing? Are you seeing one with RV1 on it?
I don't think you're sharing anything, actually.
Oh, that didn't work out so well, did it?
That looks better, I think.
That looked better? Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, so Jen sent us some photos. Just a few, just as a demonstration. She's got hundreds of them, correct, Jen?
Thousands.
Thousands. Oh, you're going to be busy. You're gonna have to figure out a way to get them under 2 megs. Some of them are 7 or 8 megs each. The resolution is unbelievable. So either Doug has to find a solution or Jen has to figure out a way to get them to be smaller. Basically, this is the utility for uploading photos. There's a similar one for uploading sketches. You basically download it from the website. The difference of this one is that it just has a little button here that automates the whole process. So all you do is you copy or paste or type in the stream codes, the site code, the date for the sample event. So it has to match the sample event in FWIS because it's going to be assigned to the site ID table. I'm going to be, no, maybe I should just do one. I was going to be brave and try to do them all. I'm just going to do one. But what I want to show you is a couple of tricks. One is the name of the file. So this is from Jen's file. It has to have the ending on it. So this is a .jpeg. When you bring it into File Manager, the .jpeg doesn't show up. You have to add that. So it has to have the exact name of the file plus the whatever they call that at the end. The photo date gets put in here. You can use, what I do is I use find and replace. So if it says downstream or DS, I do a find DS and replace with downstream looking downstream. Hopefully that's what they are, Jen. And then
Yeah.
I use find and replace for all of those to give the photo description. So it's done instantly. The photo image has to have the whole path of where the file is. So there it is. I've just copied that from File Manager, and then I concatenated. I concatenated that to match with the site code. So there's my concatenated query. I create this, and then with any luck, this will find that photo and upload it. Invalid. Perfect. Oh, I know why. I combined two different, I combined a different name and a different passcode. That doesn't work. And with any luck, upload complete. There you go. Status, insert complex, successful. Jen, if you want to have a look at that site in FWIS and see if that photo is there. That was for site
Sure.
CSW
Space
1. Oh, did I mention how much I like spaces in site codes?
I hate spaces.
I have no idea why you guys set these up. They
Well,
are
it's a 2012. A lot has changed. 2012.
oh, they drive me. It's amazing how many times you type it wrong. Anyways, I haven't mentioned to you guys the challenges we have with ones, zeros, spaces, dashes, and underscores in site codes. I've gotten used to it. That's why my hair's so white, just the way it is. Any questions about that? That worked out all right. I'm gonna upload them all, Jen.
You're on a roll, yeah. So how do you do all of them at the same time? Because that we have.
I just take away the space. Now
Oh,
so if I do this, it should come back. It should come back and say can't upload the first one because I've already done it. It exists. And it should add the rest of them. What do you mean invalid password? Helps if I can type. Any questions about this? The sketch utility is basically exactly the same. So they're just two different tools for doing one for photos, one for sketches. Uh-oh.
I
We're getting-
think you scaled down the one CSW1. The others were bigger than 2 megabytes or something.
Oh, were they? I can't see.
They were quite large.
Oh, that. Oh, yeah, I never did fix those. Huh. Sorry about that, Jen. Can't do it.
That's okay. So the max size is 2, eh? Okay.
2
At the moment, there's
at the moment.
it's an issue in work, shall we say.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
for bulk uploads, for much larger than 2 megabytes, getting up into 5, 6, I can suggest just calling me. We'll transfer them one way or another, put them on the server, and there's a variation in this spreadsheet interface to have it go from a local file path. So it's not strictly speaking uploading the file per se. It's really just copying it from one place on the server to another. And it goes much faster.
Yeah, I think that was my game plan, Doug, was to have a meet with you and go over it, try to
Yeah.
make it as seamless as possible. That'd be good.
For these
Awesome.
large files, the upload is often a bit of a stretch.
Okay. Are there any questions about either this or anything else you've heard this morning? Managed to get through the agenda right on time, frightening as it is. Come on, you guys. This is really hard, you know.
Les, do you have the agenda for this afternoon?
This afternoon is, yeah,
No, we-
I'd have to go to the PowerPoint deck. It's basically mostly, almost exclusively, understanding and using the data summary options,
The reporting stuff.
the
yeah.
reporting. So we're going to get into all the reporting. It's a dense presentation. Let's just say.
The concept is now we've got the data in one way or another, spreadsheets, forms, bulk uploads, who knows? What can we do with it?
And in theory, you've gone and edited it. It's in great shape. It's all been cleaned up.
Approved, reviewed.
No questions. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to stop the share, I guess. I'm also going to stop or pause the recording.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah. So
I wouldn't
we're,
have anticipated that either. Okay.
yeah, yeah. It'll be a pretty tough slog going through all of this afterwards, but you never know. We're going to record it and see what it looks like. So were there any questions now that people have had a bit of chance to think about it over lunch from this morning's introduction and overview of how to enter and edit data?
Les, I'll just raise a question. At the beginning of the lunchtime, we were working with Jen on that situation. And it came out that one location she had and had some data for the CSW space one was not just in there once or twice, but actually 3 different times under different codes and stream codes and all this kind of thing. I'm just sensitive that you're talking about reporting here. And I think most of the data you have is based on a single sample. we don't do a lot of trend over time, but I know I've seen that phrase in your work. And I suspect you're going in that direction, as it were, or we'll pay some attention to it. People do care about trend over time, don't they?
They absolutely do. And that's
So
why
there's
it's,
some benefit to sorting out which code is which code and getting rid of the duplicates, because it's been a bit of a bugaboo for us that, yeah, there's duplicates all over the place. I guess from my perspective, I can say I have not exposed many good APIs for saying, show me all the sites that are within 50 meters of each other or something like that. But I have that capability behind the scenes, and we've exposed it as an API for people who want to program that kind of stuff. But there's no button to click on to show me those sites right now.
yep, that's probably a really good topic for discussion in the afternoon session after 2:30, I would think.
I was just thinking of it in the context of reporting, because you're sort of building up to that.
Yep.
But anyway, okay.
So maybe that's something for people to think about as they see this summary data. What a good way of phrasing that, I think, would be, how do the current data issues impact on our ability to interpret the data that I'm about to show you? And it does have an effect. So we are getting better and better at improving the data. Hopefully in the next presentation here, you're going to get really excited about the ways that data can be summarized and interpreted. And you'll begin to think about, how useful is this information going to be in the next 30 to 40, 50 years, as we start looking at trends in the data, both spatially and temporally. So that's one of the reasons why I'm still doing this, is because I'm passionate about having good information to understand trends in time and space. So, did anybody else have any other questions from this morning's session?
No questions, but more of a comment, Les and Doug, just to add to what you said. You know, most CAs, I know Ian and Dan and TRCA folks, we're all working towards, watershed reports. We're working on watershed health and condition, and trend is definitely an important piece of that work. And so, this work that you're about to present, I think will provide a lot of value to our reporting and how we share our monitoring data. So.
Okay, let's talk about data, summary, and queries. Acknowledging that the results of all of these surveys will get better and better as we do more QA, QC on the data sets. So without anything else, I wanted to highlight this has been an area of intense work over the last 10 years, I guess, as we have built all of these summary queries that you see on that slide. Hopefully you're seeing the PowerPoint slide, and you see the synopsis of the kinds of data that we are now extracting from FWIS and have developed summary reports, summary statistics, et cetera, et cetera. And what I'm going to do is go through these various ones. So we have sort of generic. They're organized tabularly. You can see at the bottom of the screen here, the scientific collector's permit is sort of right at the top. We'll be talking about that in a minute. We have consolidated summary of sampling. We've then got a number of flow discharge queries, a series of biota, fish and benthos basically, and then a whole series of what we call habitat, channel form, and function. So the first thing I want to point out to you is this consolidated summary of sampling. It basically gives you an opportunity to look at what is available by, and then a whole series of criteria. It's definitely recommended for you to do this spatially because of the issues that we were just talking about in terms of duplicate site codes, strange stream codes, et cetera, et cetera. The spatial queries are your go-to thing for figuring out what data is available within an area. Unless, of course, you're doing temporal surveys, in which case you want to know how much data is there from 1970 to 2022 in a certain area or for a certain stream or even as individual site. We've actually got some sites in the province that have more than 40 years of data at those individual sites. There is a whole series, maybe about 30 or 40 sites in the province that have been sampled either annually or semi-annually since the 70s. And that data is in FWIS and it has never been analyzed for temporal patterns. Terrible waste of time. However, having said that, this sampling by project by year, you can also do that. A metadata discovery, you can figure out what data is available for individual projects. And you can see just one output for the Halliburton Forest Baseline Assessment Project. What years it has been sampled, what data was collected, and you can extract that and summarize it or extract it as a CSV file. Want to spend a fair bit of time talking about the scientific collector's permit report because this is a legal requirement for anyone who does fisheries surveys. Some time ago, we recognized that, the data has to be, if you get a permit to collect fish data, then you have to generate a report and provide that back to the Ministry of Natural Resources. And that often meant that organizations were entering data 2 or 3 times. At one time, I know some CAs that were entering data into their database, into FWIS, and into a separate spreadsheet or PDF file to report back to M&R. What is the probability that all that data entered in 3 different databases would be the same? Very, very low. So what we've done is we've set up this system where you can enter the data into FWIS and we will create the report for you and send it out. And that gets uploaded to the ARA layer eventually at M&R. And you only have to enter the data once. That's the beauty of it. Doug showed you in the Excel spreadsheet some of the background information that it extracts. You're basically getting the data from multiple modules within FWIS. So depending on which modules you've carried out, you've either got site identification and fish sampling, or you might have fish site identification and habitat information. FWIS will extract the most accurate information from whichever table it is stored in. It will also run a series of QA/QC codes. It will check the consistency of the licenses, for example. It will check to make sure that the metadata information is consistent through the records. So it does a series of checks and balances before it sends you the report. And as Doug acknowledged, you then have to take that report and send it into M&R. The real beauty of this, though, is that it's all done in one place, one time. You only enter the data once. So with that, Doug has been able to generate, according to this one, as of whenever I downloaded it, 209 separate reports. And he stored them on the system so you can have a look at it before you submit it. And there they are. So the scientific collector, on a note on that, I heard back from M&R, there was some confusion this last fiscal year about whether or not that report was suitable for being received by M&R. I have it on good authority that this report will be received by M&R. It's fully acceptable. You don't need to fill out their PDF fillable form. They're happy to receive it in an Excel format as generated through FWIS. So that should make some of you happy. Might also make some of you a little frustrated that you didn't do that this year. But next year, you can basically use the scientific collector's permit from FWIS. So we have.
I just want to add to what you've just said. I just sent mine in to the Kempville district and it was accepted with no issues. I see that Andrea Dunn has asked if it's acceptable across all districts.
Yes, it is.
Question. Okay, it should be, right?
According to the email I received this morning, there were certain districts that were not aware of the agreement that was made between MNR and FWIS, and they are now aware of it. So, and there is apparently no written record that they were turned down. So I think there was an oopsie, and there shouldn't be a problem going forward.
So Sam has asked if you can share that email with the group. Is that possible?
I'd have to ask permission from the author of that
Yeah.
before I share it.
All right. I just think it is important that we CAs have been dealing with inconsistencies, and we're even inconsistent ourselves. We'd all admit that openly. But yeah, it would be helpful if we had some documentation of that.
Okay, I'll see if I can share that email. But I just got that this morning. We knew that question was going to come up, and so it's been answered again.
Yeah, I'll just throw in less as well. From my perspective, I have issues with the current PDF thing that.
Never mind, Doug.
Yeah.
It's
so
been resolved.
It's going to take time.
It's been resolved. Okay. So in the future, you're more than happy to use the FWIS fish summary report and scientific collector's permit reports. So as far as biological metrics are concerned, you may recall from that first or second slide that showed where they fit in the template of things, the fish data we've put a lot of effort in. And I spent a lot of effort over the last 30 years trying to better understand fish summary data. And so we've got several queries now within FWIS for fish distributional data, fish summary by sample, both single and multiple pass events. We can also extrapolate catches for at least certain groups of fish anyways, from 3 pass to 15 seconds per square meter. And we can standardize that to usable area. I mentioned that, maybe I should emphasize that. All of our data, except for the fish distributional data, all of the other summary data is standardized to usable area. So that is why it's so important to have lengths and widths of sites. That enables us to then calculate usable area, and then everything is reported as numbers per meter squared or weight per meter squared. We've also got habitat suitability index summary scores for each species. The benthic invertebrates will use the 28 group summary. We don't have and have not even attempted family level data that's dealt with by OBBN, but we can link our data to the OBBN. And eventually the intention is to be able to totally sync the databases. And again, we have HSI summary statistics for the benthic macroinvertebrates. I'd like to get into some of the detail first. The fish distributional query, which if you've got FWIS open, you can go click on it. It is probably our signature query. It was the most effort to get. I believe there's more than 50,000 records in it now. I've lost track of the numbers. It continually increases and improves. We now have a regular download of the aquatic resource area data set from MNR. We have TFO data collected by their scientists and their research group. We've got the ROM data that is regularly updated, plus all the FWIS data that's uploaded into it. It is by far the most extensive fish distributional data set available in the province. No one else has this. And so we're pretty proud of it. It's taken a lot of work and it's open to the public. Of course, it's open if you have the appropriate training for species at risk. So when you set up your code, Andrea has a question. Shoot, Andrea.
Oh, I was going to wait until you were done. I was just going to ask if the data that we are submitting to DFO and MNR that goes then into their data sets, is it also getting entered into FWIS and being filtered out, or is that potentially a duplicate?
Well, yes and no. There's a delay, first of all. If it goes to M&R and is to be incorporated into the ARA, then we get it. Not all of M&R's data is in the ARA. I should warn you or mention that. There is data collected by certain groups within M&R that do not share their data within the ARA, and that's an internal M&R issue that we can't address. And so we're constantly trying to get access to data, but some we can't. So as long as it's being shared back to a group within M&R that is going to load it into the ARA, we will eventually get it. It depends on how long it takes them to review it and upload it into the ARA. That tends to be done at a district level. So they're, who knows how long it takes each district, depending on how much resources and time they have available. As far as the DFO data is concerned, again, depending on what database is going into a DFO, it should get access. We should get access to it eventually. There's always a delay. I don't know if that answers your question or not. So one of the things we have yet to address in FWIS is the duplication within the ARA layer and in FWIS. Eventually, the intention is to, in Doug's query, block out the duplicated data. And I think that happens in the CSV download, but I'm not 100% sure of that. I know it's been on his list of things to do. So it's not perfect yet, but we're heading in the right direction. Does that answer your question, Andrea?
Yeah, I think so. I guess my concern was just having multiple duplicates that may show up as different sources. So for instance, if we have a site that comes in and we're entering it as data from Conservation Halton, and then it gets submitted to M&R, and then somewhere down the line, it then says that it's submitted by M&R. I'm just wondering if we're going to get duplicates that way, but do you know what I mean?
Okay, so within the database, even in the ARA layer, the data owner is generally recognized.
Okay, that sounds
So
good.
there, at least the last version I saw had it. They go through different iterations. There was a data custodian, and sometimes they share that with us, and sometimes they don't. It's not perfect, but which is why we had to go to this route. Until we developed this map, through my entire career, I never saw this map. I published papers that could have benefited from this map. I would have been able to say, for example, let me just see. Hopefully you can see a FWIS screen now. I know there's a bit of a delay.
Yep.
Okay, that is the brook trout distribution in Ontario. I believe, yes. I would have loved when we published our brook trout distribution paper to have been able to have said, you know what? Brook trout used to be found in the Don River. They used to be found in the lower Oshawa River, et cetera, or Oshawa Creek. This map now accesses data back to the early 1900s that shows the distribution of brook trout across the province. And look at that. They were all over the place. I hypothesized in our paper that they were all over the place. I had no evidence because I couldn't get access to this map. So it's a very powerful tool for looking at and exploring fish distribution across the province. This is powerful, powerful data. And as I said, it keeps getting better. Only in the last 6 months did we get the DFO data. There is still a lot of data within CAs that are not in FWIS. And there's a lot of data at M&R that is not in FWIS. But we just make baby steps every day, and it keeps getting better. As are the
one downside of this presentation of this data is I don't believe I have made a tabular version of that data available. It's not hard, and we could, but if you wanted to do your own analysis of it beyond the map.
I know it's on the wish list.
Yeah.
as is the ability to search this thing by polygon, which you can't do
Or-
right now.
Color, well, actually, you can't.
Nope. No, you're
Oh.
missing the header information
Oh, the
here.
toolbar across the top. Yeah, okay.
So that's just a
Right.
minor thing, but this is really just in the last 6 months has this query come together. We spent a lot of time collecting the data and then plotting it, and it's getting better and better. And we haven't really spent a lot of time making this window as operable as it should be. But we're pretty proud of this thing. It's man, oh man, you can look up any species you want and click on it and see what their distribution is. And anywhere in the province. I mean, obviously there's more data in the south, but there's just as much, there's lots of data from the north as well. And that's going to take a little while. So while that's taken a little while to do, it's looking at, I don't remember what the number is now, maybe Doug does. Last time I checked, it was 50,000 records, but I think it's more than that, isn't it, Doug?
Oh, I think so, yeah.
Yeah. He's looking now.
It's always
So-
very frustrating that it's so slow because it shouldn't be.
It shouldn't be, but I've got a lot of stuff going on here. So
Yeah.
I'm going to go back to the presentation. But have fun with that. Yours will probably be faster than what mine is right now because I'm running Zoom and a couple of other things. A couple of other things to mention about this. I'm a bit of a historian. So we've been trying to get our hands on the historical data so we can get it into FWIS. I had a volunteer last year who compiled and corrected the data associated with Rob Steedman, Deborah Martin Downs, Gord Witchert's PhD thesis, and got a hold of the raw data, brought it into FWIS, and verified the location of every site. This was a lot of effort for him. It was a phenomenal job. I haven't heard from him lately. I think he's probably working by now. But there are more data sets around the province like that. These historical data sets that are, sometimes they've been brought into databases, lots of times they're just in spreadsheets or even paper copies. That's our historical legacy data. And we're trying to get it into FWIS. It's a good storage place for it. And it almost always requires site location correction because typically these sites were marked on old road maps or OBBM maps or BN maps and have never really had anything better than a coarse Latin long recorded for the sites. So there's a bit of work to be done on that. And if you guys are bored during the pandemic, maybe spending some time trying to get that historical data is worthwhile. We're also working on links to link our data to other data sources. So for example, we're working with the whiskey people, with Kisters, to try to have a link between their fisheries data in their whiskey database and FWIS. So that it would be a seamless entry. You would basically, when you clicked on this fish distribution data, you would also have a button on there that said whiskey, and you would be able to access that data. It wouldn't necessarily be in FWIS, but it would be seamless for you. There's also several of the CAs have expressed an interest in having links to their databases rather than uploading the data. For that to work, of course, we've got to sort out some of the metadata information, but we're working on that all the way across the board. And for that to occur, I should mention this on the whiskey side, because Jen's on the phone, it requires permission from the CAs. So the CAs have got to give us permission that their data be shared with systems like FWIS. Without that, we can't do a thing. So I've already talked about this brook trout slide. I would have loved to have had this when I published that paper on brook trout distribution, Lake Ontario. Okay, some of the other fun tools in there. First of all, you're all aware that we've gone to a single pass survey. Historically, we did 3 pass surveys. A lot of the historic data in FWIS are 3-pass surveys. So there are literally hundreds of 3-pass surveys collected from the early 70s up until the mid 90s. All that data is still in FWIS. You can run 3-pass surveys on them. To be honest, we haven't implemented that query because nobody's asked for it, which is, there you go. Remember I said nobody has done any long-term analysis on temporal patterns? Someday. In the meantime, what we did do is we developed a relationship between single pass and 3-pass surveys. And you can see how tight that line is. This is from Jones and Stockwell's paper in 95, which is now a long, long time ago. And that's what we based our 3-pass surveys on. And we make those corrections. So we take that relationship and we can then bump up our estimates from a single pass survey to a 3-pass estimate. And we do that for some audits. The other thing we did is we looked at, well, what happens if you vary effort? And we developed this catch curves for varying levels of effort up to 15 seconds a square meter, and have implemented those in FWIS. So depending on how many seconds a square meter you apply, which brings me back to the QA/QC, that's why we need to know electrofishing seconds so we can calibrate the results. And with that, we can standardize our catches to 15 seconds a square meter, which makes it much better for doing comparative analysis across sites or across years, because effort tends to vary. We found that those curves worked for rainbow and brown trout, dace, darters, and richness. It didn't work for sculpins. Turns out the more you electrofish, the more sculpins you get. Just the way it is. And we incorporate all these within a fish summary by site report. And that summary report calculates the effort per square meter. And this, I didn't mean to pick on an individual site, but in the year 2000, this crew really wanted to get back to the office fast. They did their site in 3.2 seconds, or a total of 2,600 seconds, but at 3.2 seconds a square meter over a 75 meter long station. That's pretty fast fishing. We can then use that and bump that up to 15 seconds a square meter with confidence limits, of course. This is basically what you get for every report. You also get a summary of the catch. And you'll notice there that we actually are able to, here's the standardized estimate. So they only got one brown trout, which is pretty small, but that's standardized to 15 seconds a square meter, would be 27 grams per 100 square meters. This is the total catch. Everything standardized back to numbers per meter squared and weight per meter squared. So you get that for every site by just hitting the button. That is applied to every site. So that means you can, sorry, does anybody have any questions? I see Andrea says she's got the ODPD data and searching for the Bronte data. Good question. Check with Guelph District. Does anybody have any other questions about the fish summary queries per se? Okay.
Sorry, I have a question about it.
Okay.
One of the things that I find really intriguing about it is you could try to search for species distribution or trend through time information at different spatial scales. So I was just wondering, how does FWIS handle the spatial relationships among sites? So how far apart they are? Is that just a straight Euclidean distance, or does it have a routing feature to show stream distance?
Oh, good question. FWIS per se does not have that capacity. However, so having said that, there's a whole bunch of landscape data that we use to help us analyze the data. And that is available in our scripts. that you just set me up perfectly, because we download the data, the fish summary data for multiple surveys. So you stratify or run a polygon or whatever to extract your data. We get a fish summary output for each site, including the coordinates. And in my next slide, I'll be talking about Patrick's tools. We're developing R scripts that link directly with that summary output table and run a whole bunch of summary queries on the data, including the landscape attributes, proximity analysis. Oh God, I could go, that's another whole presentation of the data that we get from the landscape analysis. It's really, really cool. And it links directly with FWIS. That's the beauty of it. Okay, I'm going to take another aside on that. At one point, well, I'm going to jump ahead. I was going to mention this in the last bit of the conversation, but we want to work towards either having the R scripts that you can link to directly, or if it's routine analysis, we've thought about putting in some tables within FWIS that would become summary attributes for the sites. And that could be landscape data, or it could be fisheries data or whatever. So, and an add-on from the raw data. To date, the philosophy has been, well, if it can be calculated, let people calculate it themselves. And that's okay, except more often than not, we're looking at standardized data, standardized attributes. Why not just have the data in the system? You know, again, let's come back to that in the last 20 minutes. So that's so easy to distract me. Thanks, Rob. It gets exciting when you start looking at that data. So what this thing does is it, the fish summary multiple events, it does some pretty cool things. First of all, it looks at the metadata and classifies each site as to whether it meets OSAP requirements or not. It also classifies and says whether the effort represents a standard or a diagnostic effort level. And then it gives it up to the individual to include it or not include it in the analysis. So for example, that site that had 3.2 seconds a square meter, that's considered a screening survey for fish communities. A researcher might decide to exclude all sites in their analysis that don't meet at least a minimum threshold of effort. I know I do, but we leave it up to the researcher to decide. In the table, we provide the information to allow you to then keep it in or keep it out, depending on the metadata, depending on whether it has OSAP boundaries, depending on whether they have enough effort, and whether or not everything's done down to species, et cetera, et cetera. There's a whole series of opportunities that are easily searchable within an R script. So this one's really for, I think Dan Moore's on the talk, is he not? Dan, are you still here?
I'm here.
Good, this one's for you, buddy. About, boy, 4 or 5 years ago, So Smart met at the Anaraska Region Conservation Authority and had a working session about what would we want in an expanded fish summary query. And at the end of the day, the group basically said, we want everything and we want it now. And I was kind of, that sounds crazy. But within R, it's feasible. Over the last few years, we've been working on what we call the Cumulative Effects Project. And through a variety of programmers, most recently Patrick Schaefer, we have, come on, open up. We have developed R scripts. Why you take? Oh, I know why it's taken so long. Because there are 6,900 records. I should have had this file open. Why did it? Okay, cancel. I have to share, change my screen to. Hopefully you're seeing an Excel screen, are you?
We've got the spreadsheet.
Dan, this is for you. It was an insane meeting. They basically said they wanted, the So Smart group, 109 separate ways to summarize fish data, separate columns, from total biomass to species richness, the percentage of cool water species, number of insectivores, invertebrores, herbivores, et cetera, et cetera. As you can see, it goes down to everything. Oh, and they also wanted either abundance or biomass. So since we could do it all, we did it all. Unbelievable. Each of 6,950 fish sampling events have been run through Patrick's script, which is the fish summary, multiple sites data. We just downloaded it, run the R scripts, and this is what you get. Every site is analyzed for each of those metrics of fish community assemblage. You're welcome, Dan. This is not in FWIS yet. It's on Doug's to-do list. The script is available at GitHub. Our intention is to put in both the R script within FWIS, and as I said earlier, to have a table that links each of these sites to a summary table within FWIS. So these are the sample event, the unique identifier for that sample event. So it's an easy link for Doug to just create this. You can then click on a button and say, show me all of the percentage of cold fish bio percent. I'm not really sure what that even means. I'd have to go back to the first page. So it's available. Do you like it, Dan?
Looks good, Les. That looks like a lot of work.
I guess apparently in R, it's not that hard. Who'd have thought? Once you've got this, I mean, the key to this, to be honest, was having that output query. So once Patrick was able to get a consistent output, a lot of these R scripts apparently were already available and they were copied and pasted. And then all you had to do is link them to the table, which apparently it wasn't as hard as I would have thought it was. However, it's done and it will be in FWIS imminently. It is currently being used to develop our cumulative effects models for Ontario. These are some of the metrics that are going to be used. Unfortunately, there's even more. There were the ones I wanted, which are also part of this. So it's pretty cool. I'm very, very pleased and thank God for Patrick.
And unless I can let you know that the data is in FWIS. It's not exposed to anyone else to use, but it was on the admin page.
Oh,
Linked up to the sample events. I wasn't sure how you wanted to use it, to be honest.
I wanted to have a link, basically a button that says,
Here's a sample event, show me the
here's
data.
the sample event, here's the data.
Okay.
Yeah. I thought we were further ahead than that. I think I just clicked to the wrong PowerPoint slide. Hang on a second here. To go back to, there we are. Hopefully we're sharing the big screen one now. Can you guys see benthic invertebrates now?
Yep.
Great. I'm getting the hang of this. Okay, so that's it for now for the fish summary attributes. That was a lot of work, believe it or not. For benthic invertebrates, we work very closely with Chris Jones and the OBBN group so that we make sure that our methods are consistent and our summary statistics are consistent. Chris has got much more capability for running summary statistics on the benthic data than we do at this point, mostly because in OSAP, we tend to stick towards the 28 group taxa. Because you remember that slide where I said it was a diagnostic indicator. So our intention in having benthic invertebrates was to identify sites that might have a water quality problem that is impacting on the fish. As a result, the 28 level is pretty good at identifying sites that have got a problem. Basically, if you don't have any mayflies, stoneflies, or caddisflies, you've got a problem. So that's what we do. So there's the criteria that we use to generate the Hills-Knopf index. To the best of my knowledge, this is the same criteria that Chris is using. It was developed by Bruce Kilgore back in '98. It was based on his analysis of Ontario groups based on Hills-Knopf's original paper. This then is multiplied, these ratings are multiplied by the proportion of each taxa in that group to generate an overall Hills-Knopf score. And we do that for each site, and we generate a summary report. And here's what it looks like for an individual site. We also have, let me back up. There are also multiple other tools for summarizing benthic data, including both Patrick's GitHub site. He's a benthic analysis guy. That's what he does. And Chris Jones has our scripts as well. So our data obviously can be downloaded and brought into those R scripts for more rigorous analysis. And as I understand it, Patrick has made sure that the summary output from FWIS can go directly into his GitHub analysis, as I understand it anyways. So one thing you probably haven't seen for a long time, say maybe some of you have never seen these things before because they weren't published, are the suitability index scores that we generated for a variety of taxa way back in 2002, based on the small subset of data that we had. When I say small, we still had 800 or 900 sites, which is pretty good, maybe even 1,000. But we were able to generate suitability index scores for each species, 18 in all, that we had enough data for, and how they responded to Hills-Knopf index. And not surprisingly, the worse the water, the better the creek chub like it. Our salmonids don't like it if it goes up above about 5 in terms of Hills-Knopf indexes. Rainbow darter are just as sensitive to water quality impairment as are brook trout and rainbow trout. And Johnny darters are pretty tolerant of water quality unless it gets really bad. So this was really good information. It really could be updated. We've now got, as you said, 6,000 sites instead of 900. Boy, oh boy, would I like to see a master's or PhD student revise and improve these suitability curves for all of the data, especially since it's now out and available in an R script. Any questions about either of our biological metrics? Boy, oh boy, this is tough doing this. I wish you guys would give me some questions. Okay, water temperature. Nearly all of our analysis on water temperature is based on a single measurement of water temperature, typically what we would call a spot flow measurement of temperature. Back in '96, Christine Stoneman and Mike Jones published this paper that showed the relationship between stream temperature and maximum air temperature, provided it was taken between 445 and 545 on a hot day without any rain. And if you did that, you got these really powerful high R square relationships between maximum air temperature and water temperature. Cindy Chu took up our challenge, and our challenge was basically we need to expand this across the whole province. She did that, and in 2009 published a paper that had way more sites, much more in-depth data sets, basically confirmed the relationship, which was fabulous for us. But she had enough data that she was able to split. Cindy is a splitter, not a lumper, but you have a choice. This figure here shows Christine's lines, which are the dashed lines, and Cindy's categories, which are the split lines between cold, cool, cool water, cool, warm, and warm water sites. Basically, the relationship is the same, except that in the north, Cindy found that you could extend the sampling time to 6 o'clock, which was great because they get that much more sunlight in the north than we do in the south. So really good, verified the methods. I'm in the process of getting Cindy's algorithms. The intention is to put them into FWIS so you'd have a choice of being a lumper or a splitter when you want to classify your sites. So hopefully in the next few weeks, you'll see a new button in FWIS that says Chu or Stoneman, and you'll be able to do either or both if you wish. Regardless of which one you do, the other cool thing that we do is we standardize the temperature. So if you're going to do any modeling, you want to be able to have a level playing field. So it's not really appropriate to say, well, we measured a stream today that was 18 degrees, the air temperature was 25. We measured another stream that was 20 degrees, but the air temperature was 34. Are they the same? Maybe, maybe not. So what we do is we calculate standardized temperature and we standardize it to 30 degrees Celsius. We use the algorithms to classify the stream as to whether it's cool, cold, warm, etc. And then we use the differences, the deviations from the observed and the expected temperature for that air temperature to standardize the temperature to 30 degrees C. Hopefully that makes sense. It's the best way to do any comparisons across sites. So all of the modeling we've done has been done on standardized temperature. Okay. So the other thing we do within FWIS, we're beginning to manage digital temperature data. We're only just beginning to, because that is a data set that has fallen through the cracks over the last 20 years, unfortunately. At one point, we were managing it in an Access database in concert with HabProgs. Let's just say that fell apart and we're back to the drawing board. So we're in the middle of a partnership right now to start managing digital temperature data. Then we can start building the queries to extract it, summarize it. We are way behind the 8 ball on that. So you're going to have to stay tuned on that and we'll keep you posted as to how well that's going. The other thing to recognize is that we do collect what we call minimum maximum temperature. So if people are at a stream and they collect the temperature, but it's not within that window that allows them to standardize it, or it's been raining or it's not hot enough that day, you are collecting minimum maximum. We know that the stream gets to at least this warm. So if I'm at a headwater site at 10 in the morning and the stream's already at 28 degrees, wow, that's a warm water stream. However, I don't know how warm it's going to get because it's 9 o'clock in the morning. So we have minimum maximum temperature. We call that a rapid assessment. We generate these summary reports for every site, and you can sort just like in all the other screens. And this is kind of what it looks like. The other neat thing on this is that all of the data is presented. As long as there's a temperature record, we present it because we don't know if you care if it's a standardized temperature or a rapid assessment. All we know is that there's temperature data and you can decide what you do with it. In this instance, they didn't record the maximum air temperature. And so we can't really, there's an error estimate on this formula. So what we've done As you said, well, we know it was over 26 degrees. It means it's probably around 24 would be a standardized at 30 degrees. But the caveat is, you know, there's some confidence limits around here. You can use it or not use it. That's up to you. So we provide errors and notes. We try to err on the side of conservancy, that if we can generate a prediction, we will, but we'll flag it. And then it's user beware. So I think this is a really useful note on the report. And again, this can all be exported as a CSV, and the note comes with it, which is queryable and searchable, so you can choose to use it or not use it. The thermal temperature data, in this graph, it's called thermal stability, which is the term we used for standardized temperature, was fantastically related to fish distributions and abundance. Sorry, fish abundances. You can see, for example, brook trout prefer the coldest temperature. There's a surprise. And there's their curve. I loved the rainbow darter one. Rainbow darters are a cool water species, highly selective for cool water streams. If it gets any hotter than about 10 degrees above the predicted norm, then they disappear. And basically, these thermal stability ratings were phenomenal. The R-squares on these are crazy. Any questions about temperature? Okay, how am I doing for time? I'm doing all right. Spot flow discharges. Well, the thing about OSAP is that we collect discharge all over the place. There are, actually, I'm not sure how many modules, 5 or 6 different modules, maybe 7, that we collect some estimate of discharge. And they all have different formulas for summarizing the data. Each one has different levels of confidence in the data. So we collected everywhere from volume by time, which is the best, to velocity meters and pygmy style meters across a standardized transect, to hydraulic head, to distance by time using a ruler and a floating leaf, and everything in between, depending on the module you're using, the size of the stream, and whether it's a rapid, standard, or diagnostic module. So we've had to generate a whole bunch of different queries to summarize discharge. Now, spot flow discharge is used in a variety of things, especially for biologists. They love to know what is the low flow discharge at that site, because it is intended to represent base flow conditions, i.e. groundwater. And so a lot of our surveys have been done to reflect base flow discharge. And because we don't like being out in the rain either, which is just another thing about being a biologist, we prefer to sample in low water conditions. The query, basically, there's 2 ways of looking at it. There are, and I'll show you in the system in a minute, there's a standardized output, and then there's a diagnostic table. The diagnostic table looks at the discharge information and summarizes whether or not there's any problems with it. And surprisingly enough, a lot of times there's problems with it, depending on the module you use. But it also says whether there's just a potential error, whether it's a real error. So just like the temperature one, it gives you information that you can then use to make an informed decision as to whether you like that data or not, whether it's valuable. So this is the diagnostic spot flow discharge table, or what it looks like. If you're in FWIS, you can have a look at some of your own data and see what you get. Now, just to back up and show you the different kinds of things we do everything from a standard survey. This is the spot flow measurements. It's done both in SM4 and M5. And we use a lot of velocity meters, high-end, high equipment, $1,000 pygmy meters and things like that, or down to a pop bottle and a funnel to get volume by time. The hydraulic head one, I think, is pretty cool. We use this in 3-4 modules. SM2, 4, 5, and 11. Hydraulic head is used in a lot of different places. It's based on this relationship here that showed, now this was done by my son years and years ago now, to show how tight the relationship was between hydraulic head and measured velocity using a velocity meter. And that relationship helps us convert hydraulic head to velocity. And it's pretty cool. What else do I need to say about that? We also use distance by time, the least reliable, because it tends to be done in the middle of the channel. So it tends to overestimate the flow, unless you've got a really funneled channel, which is rare. And then finally, even some cases you can estimate visually. Very, very few people do that anymore. I'm not even sure how many data points are in the database that has that. Yeah. So what do you get for that? Well, you get an estimate of discharge. Now, you get base flow discharges. So there's a few really cool things within FWIS that I wanted to show you. One is this relationship between spot flow discharge and area. It's pretty cool. Very tight. That's base flow discharge. Flux is the difference between discharge per unit area. And it, in Southern Ontario anyways, decreases. It's pretty cool. We published this paper and in it found that when you urbanize an area, you actually increase the base flow because of leaky pipes. That hadn't been published anywhere else before. It was pretty cool finding. We've also, a lot of the data sets in FWIS can be used to look for doing a cumulative analysis of flows across a watershed. This slide here is from, I believe it's Bronte Creek. Yes, it is. That was done based on Check Your Watershed Day data, which is a rapid assessment survey, mostly hydraulic head, but depending on the site, it might include volume by time. But you could look at the differences in flows and including dry sites as you move downstream. And the red area, or sorry, the blue areas indicate areas where you're really increasing flows. Pretty cool, showing base flow inputs in these areas. That data, because it's so rich within FWIS, there's opportunities to do this spatial analysis across many areas. I think there's like thousands of sites within FWIS now with discharge information. So here is the summary output table. Maybe I should go to this and show it to you because it basically has all of the outputs from the different modules. Where is FWIS? There it is there. Hopefully you're seeing FWIS now.
We have the fish distribution. There
Are you
go.
seeing FWIS now? Okay, so if we go down here, stop that. Huh. My zoom button is, stop that. Temperature, where's discharge?
Discharge summary.
That's what I'm looking for. Flows. Okay. So if you go here, the beauty of this is that you can click on any of these buttons and show what is available for individual types of surveys. So the historic surveys are ones in which we have a discharge measure. We don't have any raw data. And this goes way back to the early 90s where people didn't record the actual raw data. They just calculated the discharge. We have channel morphology data in here. And there's the discharge estimates for that. You'll notice there's 8,700 discharge records in here. That's a lot of records. And you can go to things like reconnaissance surveys. You can search by individual sites. You can see what's available for individual ones. Here's some interesting ones here where we had hydraulic head versus volume by time. Those two are really close. Those two are not so close, but they're at least within the order of magnitude. These ones are really close too, which is kind of cool. Look at those. That's ridiculously close. Must have been cheating. So you can give us some sort of a comparison of the different kinds of surveys and what they generate. So I think it's pretty cool. And I know that Steve Hollish and Mason think it's pretty cool. So let's go back to, nope, wrong one again. Benthic invertebrates. Is that where we are? Yes. No, that's not where I want to be. I hear just as I said I was getting good at this. Where the heck is my? Huh. Maybe I closed out of it. Are you seeing the big screen now?
Discharge summary, all methods.
Perfect. All right. So, okay. That's weird. I just wanted to mention that Mason and Steve Hollish et al. Have brought in the discharge data from FWIS. Mason's not there anymore. And they have linked it to the Oak Ridge Moraine Water Base. So within that now there's an operational link between their database and FWIS, which allows you to then look at our spot flow discharge relative to groundwater inputs, relative to HIDAT discharge stations, relative to climate information. So we're starting to get the capability to look at multiple factors and how they relate to each other. And we didn't need to do that. We took advantage of the Oak Ridge Moraine database. And I'm afraid to click on this now. It might work. What could possibly go wrong other than me having to change databases again? Huh. Hopefully you're seeing the Oak Ridge Moraine groundwater database now. And some within here, you have all kinds of capabilities that we don't have within FWIS. And there's no sense in us developing it because they've already got it. And Mason has put in a ton of time and effort to build these applications that we can then take advantage of. So I don't really want to get into all the details of this other than to show you that there's phenomenal amount of information in their system that you can zoom in on and start doing inquisitive research about the relationships between the water table, groundwater, HIDAT data, overflow, you name it, geology, it's all built into there. And so far, you can at least look at the discharge data from within FWIS linked to their database. And I'm sure if you got a hold of either Mason or Steve Hollish, they'd be happy to give you a full tour of their databases. Okay. For some strange reason, I don't know if you can see my screen right there, but for some reason, Zoom has decided to ignore my screen too. Not sure why. However, okay. Any questions about discharge?
Les, there were a couple of questions in the chat.
Okay, I missed them.
And there's an acronym I'm afraid I don't know from Andrea, the ODPD from Ontario Archives for 16
Yep.
Malcolm.
Yeah,
I
I answered that question. I think she should try to check with either Guelph District or Aurora. They might have it.
Okay. And then Andrea also asked timeline on when it will be in FWIS. Yeah, that's from a few minutes ago. Perhaps, I'm not sure if she was talking about the endpoint data or something else, discharge.
She was probably talking about that, the summary output, I suspect. Correct, Andrea?
That last one wasn't me.
Oh, who was it by?
Well, Elizabeth asked, is there a way to export those graphs? And I've lost
Oh.
track of which graphs.
Oh,
Again,
probably the
that's-
suitability. The suitability curves are in the compendium manual. That is available. Okay, so that's available at the TRCA website.
Are those like a JPEG? Like, is there a way to export them from the compendium, or is it just like an image?
It's just an image at this point.
Okay.
So one of the things I want to talk about in the last session is, do we bring those into FWIS? Or do we wait for them to be upgraded? I've been waiting for them to be upgraded for 10 years. It hasn't happened yet. I don't know why grad students don't want to do that. It'd be a really cool project. So I don't have a good answer for you. Why don't we come back to that?
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions about those? Anybody want to go back to school?
Sure, pick me.
Pick me. Okay, physical
I
structure.
do have a quick question that maybe for Doug rather than you, Les, but when you're talking about all these flow metrics and everything, I can't help but thinking about the Raven model also being developed at Waterloo, and it has predictive capabilities to look at flow and base flow and things like that, in my understanding. Just wondered if there's any thought about trying to integrate something like that or take advantage of that information.
Great question.
They have good routing information in there as well.
Absolutely. We'd love to. And in fact, as part of our cumulative effects project, we were working with Jim Buttle. One of the goals was going to be, he was going to develop those broad-based models that would predict flow at a specific location. And then we would overlay our spot flow data, see how well the models worked. He never got the models working to the degree that he felt it was appropriate to test it against spot flow discharge. So our data is perfect for doing that. It has to be put back in time though, typically. How can I put this? We're absolutely open to any researcher looking at this data and utilizing it to validate the models and improve the models. It's a tough thing. And it hasn't been done properly. That's why I worked with Andrew and others, Steve Hollish. When we published that paper in 2009, that is the first time that had been done. And it wasn't done on the mod flow style of model. It was done based on a landscape model. We would love to have been able to do it. In fact, that's not totally true. We had a version of mod flow that we used in the model predictions. And at that time, it wasn't really any better than our landscape models. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, just curious if there'd been any thought about that other than aspirational.
It's an aspirational thing. Absolutely. I would kill to have a spatially explicit predictive model for spot flow or for base flow discharge. It's wow. Could you imagine how much it would improve our predictive models for everything else? It would be phenomenal, especially for cumulative effects modeling. Have I been talking to him recently about that? No. Haven't? Should I? Yes. Lots of work to be done. There's no shortage of work to be done. Wait till you see the channel morphology data here. It makes the spot flow stuff that isn't done yet look silly, which is the next section. Okay, so let's talk about physical structure. So you may recall again from slide 1, physical habitat was deemed to be an important, that was the trigger that we could use to influence how development impacted on fish. The theory was that you develop the landscape, you impact the habitat, which impacts the fish. So we have a whole bunch of modules that are interrelated to measure physical habitat and geomorphology. We have a multitude of modules that are applied differently depending on whether it's a screening level survey or a diagnostic survey. So for example, we have this fish habitat module, what we call our screening level one, which characterizes fish habitat at a site, but using rapid assessment methodologies. It can be used to generate scores of the amount and type of habitat at a site. Very useful for that. A lot of the data goes directly into HSI type models. It correlates really well with our assessment modules, much better than we ever thought it would when we first developed it. It's supposed to have a bias, but if you know how to do point transect surveys, that bias tends to disappear, or at least is minimized. We are very pleased with the rapid assessment module, much more so than when we first developed it. The heavy fish habitat one that we have is the physical structure one. It's the one that takes a couple hours to apply, but it collects very detailed information at the site level about depth, velocity, cover, substrate, sinuosity, width to depth ratios, homogeneity, et cetera, et cetera. Highly intense, a lot of information comes out of it. It's suitable for PHAB sim type modeling. You can take the data direct. We don't have that within FWIS. Mark Poosh actually took out our data and developed a three-dimensional Excel algorithm to illustrate how the habitat varied across space and time. And that's that figure you see in the upper right-hand side. It's a really powerful tool that generates a ton of information. We also were able to generate a variety of suitability metrics for the channel morphology data, including structure, channel stability, substrate, and homogeneity. Homogeneity is basically diversity. How diverse is the habitat at the site? And we were able to relate that back to fish. It turned out some habitat metrics were really good at predicting fish, others not so much. So it depended on the fish, which was kind of cool. And not surprising, I guess. Okay, so we're going to go through an example here. I was just poking around in FWIS and found this site on Oshawa Creek. It's right close to a trail that I used to hike. So I know the site. And here's a couple of photos to show you what the site looks like, as well as the fish, this FWIS satellite image of the site. You can see it's quite wide, fairly good stable banks though. This is Oshawa Creek. So they've conducted channel structure summary data at it. One of the things we do, it's kind of cool, is we generate these distributions of the habitat. So it calculates, for example, before I get onto that, the red box. The first thing it does is it does a quality control check. So it checks all your data to see whether or not it meets the rules. And in some instances, you have to have, for example, substrate bigger than 10 centimeters in order to have rock substrate cover at a point. And if you said there was cover there and it was the maximum particle size is 8 centimeters or 80 millimeters, it'll put a little red box up there that says, we found an error, go fix it. And that happens throughout this entire module. It's really cool that it does a quality control for you. So the first thing crews do is they run this query, make sure there's no red boxes. If there is, they go back and fix them. And then they get a nice summary report that is all green and yellow, which is what you want. It calculates up the usable area per site, proportion of chutes, riffles, runs, and pools, which are basically defined as different depths and velocities because we're collecting hydraulic head and depth. We don't assume that it is a pool. For example, a pool is defined as something that has hydraulic head between 0 and 2 or less than 3 millimeters hydraulic head. So you get a summary of the distribution and amount of habitat at each site. You get a summary of, the unembedded cover at the site. And this one has 17%. That's pretty high. And there's only 2% of it is embedded. That's good. You also get a homogeneity score. You get the unembedded cover types by type. And you'll notice that it's pretty much all rock, the cover types that are there. And you remember that from the photograph. Only 3% of it is wood. And only 1.7% is embedded. You also get a summary of how much vegetation there is at the site. Most of it is not there. There's a little bit of moss. Moss is a good thing. So that's the summary output you get on an individual site level. You also get sediment structure. So in our surveys, we do a point and maximum particle size rock. And from that, we get a whole bunch of summary statistics about the condition of the substrate. So we get for example, D15, D50, D80, D85, etc. for the whole site. We get a sediment sorting index, and we get a sediment transport potential. Now, these queries were generated by either John Parrish or he extracted from the literature. This is what these terms mean. So you want to know how well sorted the sediment is. The higher sorting, the better. And you want to know what the sediment transport potential is. Basically, the difference between the maximum and point particle sizes indicate how much sediment's moving around. We also have this substrate quality index that I developed because basically we realized from the data we could tell quantitatively whether it's a cobble bed stream. And if it's a cobble bed stream, is there a lot of sand or is there low sand? I was working on Atlantic salmon at the time, and my ideal site was a cobble bed stream with low amounts of sand. So that would have been with low quality, I should say high quality stream would be Q7, cobble and a good mix of gravel, but not too much sand. So we developed this query to help us classify the stream based on its substrate. And those are, I'll back up a little bit here. So we had these conditions. We said based on sand, gravel, or cobble bed streams, also bedrock streams. Recently, we've added in gravia feces streams or concrete streams, concrete channels. Some groups work in areas where there's concrete channels. So we have that first level of classification, and then we decide on the quality of the site after we've based it on the type of stream. And here are the details of those queries of which I'm not going to go through them. All you need to know is that this is done within the system. So it runs these queries and gives you the summary output for substrate. So for instance, here's one, the OA1 site. Here's what you get. You get a summary output of the entire distribution of the site. You can see that there's not very much sand. It's all coarser material. And there's the D15, D50, D85. The other neat thing Doug has built is if you want something more specific, you can go along the curve and select the one you want. I want the D80. I want the D95, and it will tell you what the number is. Very cool. So from that, we also can generate channel stability. Now, when we were developing OSAP, one of the things we wanted to do was integrate geomorphology and fish habitat. So we have a whole bunch of queries that summarize the geomorphic condition of the stream, John was able to develop a summary query that took it all and ranked them basically according to which one was more important to come up with an overall score for channel stability for that site. The metric includes information from the width to depth ratio, bank stability, sediment sorting, and sediment transport. So here they are. So the width to depth ratio, this is taken in channel morphology, it's taken from the low channel width to depth. So it's the active channel width divided by the mean depth. The reason we do that is because there's a very strong correlation between the low channel or the active channel and the bank full channel width to depth ratios. The correlation is in the order of 0.9 something. So we can use that and apply these formulas to it. And we do. So if it's less than 20, you get 0.3. If it's greater than 60, that's a very wide, very shallow stream. You get 0 points from this query. Bank stability. Those of you who have done OSAP before, you hate bank stability measurements. I know. This is how they go into the query that summarizes. This is done on every bank, summed up across the site, and then you get the average score for a site. And that average score is the amount of erosion that's going on at a site. And obviously, the more protected banks, these ones with 1s and 0.7s that have a lot of vegetation, low angles, low undercuts, they get higher points, as opposed to ones that are showing undercuts and or lack of vegetation, et cetera, that give more indicative of eroding banks. I showed you the sediment sorting index earlier. Here it is, and here's the ratings for it. So if you have a high value between the standard deviation and the mean, you get, that's a good thing. And you get 0.2 score, 0.2 points goes towards that. And if not, you get 0. Here's sediment transport. Again, sites with similar maximum and point particles are in balance with respect to sediment transport. There shouldn't be this great big difference between the maximum particle size and the point particle size that you see at a point, basically. So low values, you get a point. So for OA01, I mean, these are the scores that were generated for that site. What does it mean? Well, the stream at this location is moderately stable. It's wider than ideal, but we saw that from the photograph. Its sediment sorting is poor, but the banks are reasonably stable. And the sediment transport is in balance. So it's not bad. For Lower Oshawa, it's in pretty good shape. Way to go, Dan. Bank full measurements. Deep breath. Sorry, any questions about sediment or the in-stream habitat? Okay, bank full measurements. This was one of our toughest modules to develop until we discovered that the lowest width to depth ratio gives an accurate description of the bank full profile. It basically means that at the lowest width to depth ratio across the stream has its maximum erosive power. This is a geomorphic definition of bank full. Once we figured that out, it was fairly straightforward to then apply it across all the modules. And we now do that. And there are hundreds of bank full profiles within OSAP that you can get more diagnostic information about the capacity of the channel to move water. It can be used for hydrologic modeling. It gives you a more accurate description of the bank full, or sorry, of the width to depth ratio. It's just a very easy, very good measurement to use. And Doug has developed this really cool tool to help you evaluate whether or not you have identified bank full accurately in your cross-sectional profiles. So here is a bank full profile that goes from 0 to 5 point something meters, 5.3 meters, 5.1 meters, I guess it is. and the calculated width to depth ratio. What he's done is he's built it so that you can drag this bar to a different level to assess whether or not it creates a lower width to depth ratio at a different location. It's pretty cool. As it turns out, it doesn't. So the first measurement is the more accurate one. So the crew did it right in the field. Many crews will actually go out and do their measurements well above what they think is the bank full measurement, enter all the data and use a tool like this. Typically they do it manually to generate and identify where the bank full profile is. Also, if people are doing flood forecasting or doing profiles to incorporate flood forecasting, your surveys are going to be above bank full anyways. And so this tool then allows you to identify the bank full level and recalculate the width depth ratio and the cross-sectional area for that calibrated and confirmed bank full level. Thought you might like that. I'm wondering if I should take the time. I don't really have the time. Never mind. I was going to go into FWIS and show you how that works. If you click, if you're in FWIS now and you want to click on a channel morphology sample event, you will see that tool and see how it works. Sorry, a bank full event, you will see how that tool works. Doug has it functional for channel morphology, but I believe it has not been made operational yet. Correct, Doug? I'm pretty sure.
You got me. What have I not made functional yet?
The channel morphology bank full profile.
Yeah, and I have down in my notes that we're supposed to store something at some point.
Eventually, people will have the ability to say, store this bank full profile and the information, the bank full width to depth ratio.
Right. And so, yeah, instead of the measured or determined one in the field, as you said, folks can go back retroactively and say, well, your bank full really is here kind of thing, or the minimum depth.
That's correct. So we will operationalize that, and we're going to add in a new field within the form that says corrected bank full level.
Exactly.
So that's coming. I'm actually doing pretty good time-wise. Only got a few more slides to show. Okay, there's other data within FWIS that we have not operationalized in terms of queries, but it's there for you to download and play with at your convenience. One of the best ones, I think, is the available data for channel migration. So because we collect information on channel morphology using station markers and orientation, you can then bring that data into a GIS and map the migrating channel over time. And we have lots of sites in the system that have been surveyed multiple times since '95, and this can be done with. I don't know whether or not you want us to automate that. It would be a great R script to develop. We used to do it in ArcGIS. It was fairly easy to do, but we haven't automated that. We used to do it just for fun. We didn't really have any questions we were trying to answer, but if you're doing a impact assessment study and you have detailed information on channel morphology, you're going to want to know how much that channel is migrating. So again, it just hasn't been done. We also have slope data, and there's an increasing amount of slope information within FWIS. It is a useful tool for longitudinal profiles, understanding especially whether or not the channel is downgrading or aggrading. As you can see in that diagram there, how that might happen. One of the concerns we have with urbanization is that our streams tend to downcut and flatten, and that slope information confirms that. So we've got quite a bit of data in FWIS. It just hasn't been utilized. There's also almost 4,000 headwater sites within FWIS. This has been used. It's been published in a couple of papers already where they specifically looked at fragmentation information. Because one thing about headwaters is at least the constrained headwater module is done at road crossings, and lots of road crossings have perched culverts. And those perched culverts are documented within the headwaters module. We've uploaded that information and used it to calculate fragmented watersheds. And in fact, we use that in one of our fisheries models to show the impact of fragmentation on fish communities. And it was not good. There's also additional information in there on conductivity, temperature, and a whole bunch of other information, and particularly flows, where streams are flowing and where they're not flowing. It's all in the headwater module. Wow, 2:32, I'm right on time. That is frightening. Does anybody have any questions about the data summaries and queries? Or would you like me to take 2 or 3 minutes and go into them and show you some of that stuff that I just showed you in the slides?
I'm curious about how you would enter the data for the long profile, like what kind of format it's required in to be able to produce what you kind of put up on the slide.
That is under sample events, slope. The slope module. That's not, you're not familiar with the slope module, I can tell.
I have just other methods of how our long profiles, like from a total station. So I was just wondering if there'd be any possibility to transfer those and create a model kind of how you had shown.
Well, the data could easily be uploaded into FWIS. The table structure is already there.
Yeah, I was going to say, Les, the spreadsheet has well, for
Yep.
obviously people look at it online, edited data, try creating a slope sample event, see what if it's anywhere close. The other place to have a look around is in the spreadsheet. It's got all the columns. Now, whether they make any sense from the column names in the spreadsheet or not, it might be simpler to start in an online version. And I believe there are other examples in the system of other people's data you might be able to look at.
There is. There's quite a bit of slope data.
Oh, okay.
I'm just trying to get into, hopefully you're looking at my FWIS screen, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did I not just, that should have done a search, or did I do this backwards? Down arrow is bring it to the top, right? Doug, did I do
Now
this
you
wrong?
got me. We're looking at the FWIS homepage.
Yeah, the FWIS homepage, you're not looking at. Oh, great, Scott.
A different tab or browser window.
We must be. I should be. You should be looking at the sampling. You're not seeing my sampling events?
Now we got it.
Okay, good. Come on, I'm trying to do it.
I'm seeing, oh, you sorted by site slope ascending, try descending. Yeah.
Why is it not coming up?
That's a good question. Are you in as Les Stanfield-U again?
Yes. Huh.
May have decided you're not authorized to look at other people's data.
Oh, for crying out
That could
loud.
be an issue for Elizabeth as well, but somehow we'll figure out a way.
You're right. I can't look at other people's data. That sucks. I could log off and log in.
It's a really good question, though.
Hang on, this should only take a sec. See, I'm not used to, I usually go on as an administrator. I'm not used to having these restrictions. I'm starting to feel your guys' pain. But I should have access to any data that people have shared, right, Doug? There's slope.
Yes, there you go.
Okay. So here's basically the module here.
So I clicked in to see what the data, the right-hand side, the kind of edit symbol, to see what was actually put in, and there's nothing.
Well, that's because this is just one observation.
Okay.
That is edit.
Yeah, so
So all I did, this is a rapid assessment survey I did for the headwaters. So I had 24.7 meters. The difference in elevation was 101 millimeters. I only did a single observation. But typically what happens with slope is you have a location, you have an observation depth, you have a distance, you have a water level depth, you would have all this other information. And then you add them up. You have multiple observations, right? Observation 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 down the stream. So
yeah, no, I think I totally understand. I think our just layout is a little bit different. So it would just be configuring it to follow with your current column headings.
Yep.
But it's good to know. So thank you so much for showing.
Not a problem. Any other questions? Oh boy, it's time. Now, how are we going to run this basically conversation about next steps? If nobody wants to talk, I'm going to demand you guys to chat with me. I'm getting, my throat is getting pretty dry here. The next
How bad
step.
do you need it recorded, Les?
Pardon me?
I'm wondering if recording's making it a little bit shy.
Maybe. I can switch back to, I mean, I don't know if we need to have the next steps on the training session. Probably not. Right? Although they might want to see these slides. Why don't I get through?
I would suggest that you keep the recording on just in case people have questions. We can always go back to it afterwards.
Okay, I'll do that then. All right, so I've mentioned a couple of times we're working on some big picture stuff, like trying to build additional links to the ARA and DFO, trying to deal with duplicate data sets within them. These are big questions. We're not there yet, but we're definitely heading in the right direction. Through the SoSmart network, we've got this phenomenal group called, the Information Management and Decision Support System team. And they have this great working relationship with a foundation of trying to make information more accessible and to facilitate the development of decision support systems. So we are working collaboratively with a full recognition that we're all putting as much resources as we can into our individual applications, but we're not duplicating effort. So I want to take advantage of the tools that Steve Hollish and Mason are developing. I want to take advantage of the databases and tools that Kisters is developing. They want to take advantage of some of the tools that we're developing. So ultimately, in the future, we're working towards better integration, better sharing of data, and better collaboration. We've still got some hurdles to get over. Particularly, I mentioned earlier about the access to information. That's a big hurdle we have to deal with. And Jen is taking the lead on that. So hopefully we'll have that one beaten down. I mentioned earlier, I was wondering where I put these slides. I couldn't remember. This is the FWIS stations within the Oak Ridge Marine Groundwater Database. Phenomenal. I didn't realize we had that many stations, but it's pretty powerful. And you can see it's taken in the context of climate stations, subwatersheds, all surface water locations, et cetera, et cetera. It's really cool that they've already built in the functionality that we couldn't even begin to develop within FWIS. And why should we? Just let them deal with the questions that they are trying to answer for their clients. And we'll just take the credit for building the FWIS data. So we'll provide the data, you build the tools. It's a great relationship. We have some knowns that we have to do. We've identified a few of them during the presentation today. Doug and I work constantly on trying to improve FWIS. trying to prioritize what the next things are. The low hanging fruit for him are to, one, take the RAM modules and incorporate the summary queries. We haven't done that yet. That should be low hanging fruit because he's already built the more complex queries in the channel morphology modules. It should be pretty straightforward to then convert that and give you the same outputs, or where appropriate, the same outputs for the RAM substrate and RAM channel morphology modules. I'm really excited about the linkages to the R scripts that Patrick and others are building. We're still building those R scripts. Some of them aren't quite finished yet. The biological ones are, and they're working really well. It's currently done outside FWIS with a download. We're hoping to be able to make that seamless. And we're also hoping to, as Doug indicated, put the data straight in there. Why make it so difficult that you have to reanalyze the data when all you're looking for is summary output for an existing site? So what we'll do is we'll make the R scripts necessary for new data, and where it's already been run, we'll make that data available for you. I mentioned earlier about the Cindy Chu's thermal classification. I'm happy to work with her on that. That's going to be really exciting. We're constantly upgrading the Excel utility tools, improving and adding in more QA, QC capabilities within them. That's just going to go on forever. To bring back the question about slope, we do not have a site slope summary. Well, that's hard to say. Site slope summary report yet. Do we need one? If people are interested in having that, we can generate the slope report. It'll cost some money for us to do it. So I want to know that it's a need before we develop it. And I think, oh yeah, the elephant in the room. We, over the next few months, will make serious progress on digital temperature data. We haven't sorted out exactly the details of that yet. And in fact, we're still trying to get some of the data. We haven't got some of it, a big chunk of it we haven't received yet. That's another story. But we are preparing ourselves for having a full link to digital temperature data in the same way we would anything else. And so stay tuned on that. It's coming. Okay. Questions? What would you guys like to see?
This is Andrea at CH. Just quick question with respect to like the geomorphic indices when you were doing them. Is there a way to easily do like a whole whack of sites all at once, doing like a bulk analysis, or do you have to do it for each individual site?
I'm happy to answer that, and I can say, hey, the answer is yes. There's both single and multiple. The multiple one, like the single one is you click on the site, you view it, it's there. The single one takes, I'll say a couple of minutes to run. So it's a start this query. It updates the table the way the HabProgs processing did. And then you can download all the data. Now, that was done before we added the recent bunch of sediment sorting indexes and transport indexes and a few of those other things. But in terms of the bulk data that came out of the channel structure summary, absolutely everything, including the diagnostics that was visible on the individual report and the points that were shown on the chart, the graph, those were all included in the bulk download records. So I think the answer is yes. I just have to go back and put in the recent handful, the various indices and stuff like that. So hopefully that's good news.
Okay, so it'll be relatively like easy to do, and it's available in FWIS right now, or is it something that you're still working on?
I haven't done this last little bit of indices, but the bulk export's there right now. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And then when Les was going through the presentation, like all the different indices, he was providing some background as to like what is considered good and what, what some of the scores mean. Is that something that you could put somewhere in there as well? Because it would be really beneficial when we're looking at scores and stuff to know what they mean in more detail.
You can probably see me smiling, Andrea. Yeah, that's on the to-do list too. The priority was to get the queries working. Some of these were just finished in the last couple of weeks. But the priority was to get the queries working. The second priority then is to provide some text around what they mean and how they were generated.
That sounds great. Any idea when that might be?
By end of April. I mean, some of them are more difficult. I think what we're going to do is we're going to hyperlink to the text in all of that. Basically, I copied and pasted from the compendium manual. The compendium manual hasn't been updated since 2002. So that's something I'm going to take back to the steering committee as well. We're getting a lot of interesting feedback on some of these summary queries, and maybe people want more information, and maybe we should revisit that compendium manual and update it and embed some of that text straight into FWIS. I think that's what I would like to see. Maybe not like, I guess basically what I'm trying to say is take it out of the compendium manual and embed the appropriate text within FWIS. You can't do it for everything. Like some of the figures and that would be difficult to embed.
Plus, the compendium manual update has been a sort of long-standing thing. So yeah, okay, you can go to the OSAP steering committee, but are there options for, I'll say, high priority stuff and different ways to do it? Like, does it have to be rewrite the manual from scratch or rewrite everything, or are there ways to bring pieces of it sort of modernized a bit?
Well, that's what I was trying to say. I think what we do is we copy the appropriate text that provides the background for those summary queries and embed it within something that you click on. For background information, click here.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think we could do that. Whether or not we could provide a summary line like we do for Hilsenhoff, that's something I need to think about. We've never done that. You know, like a sediment sorting index of 18. You've got a well-sorted stream.
That would be fabulous.
Yeah,
because
that's
I think a lot of the time we do the OSAP stuff, and when it comes back to reporting and all that, a lot of people don't really understand what all the different variables mean, unless you're more, the detailed modeling and stuff like that. And I know more so lately in terms of consultants, they're asking for OSAP data and all that to be done. And sometimes none of that analysis is included within it.
Right. Right. Yeah, they just give you the raw data. Well, I hear you. I'm never going to be able to retire, am I? Or maybe somebody else can take this on.
I don't think you want to retire, Les. I really don't. I had to chime in on that one.
Yeah, thanks.
I think, well, I have a couple thoughts, and I'm similar to Andrea's comments there. I am on the OSAP steering committee, and I do think it's important to update the compendium manual. I also think it would be useful, like I know it's on TRCA's website, but I think it would be useful to have it on the FWIS website. So I wonder if we could put a link to it on the main page or somewhere. And then as far as the habitat suitability graphs, I think those would be, they're in that document, but I'm sure we could find a place for them. And then my one question I had, well, not one, I have probably a few, but one question I had is, as a CA, something that Andrea referenced similar with respect to thermal. So as a CA, what I would want to be able to do, and Doug, tell me if I can do this, go into FWIS, pull up all the RVCA sites and have the analysis done, and then have them mapped by outcomes. So whether they're cold, cool, or warm. Is that something that can happen now, or something we can strive for?
I've certainly got the data. The question is whether we're doing that or not on the thermal stability output.
No,
Does it have-
we're not doing it now.
No?
Okay, so that could be added to a future projects list. And then the other thought I had, Les, is, you guys are making constant updates and you're doing a lot of work and you're improving this system. Like an incredible amount of work has been done over the last 20 years, 25, 27 years. I think it would be helpful to have a page where these kinds of updates of what you've done and when you did it, so that, when, for example, you create something new, there's a page that says, here's all the things that we've done and here's when it's become available. I think it would be nice. Is that possible? Like, not all the little things, not data editing and things like that, but when you have a new query, I think that's big enough to allow users, because there are so many users now, to know what's been done, what's being done. And it's a way of tracking the effort to some extent.
Well, at one time I had a spreadsheet. I don't know what state it's in now, that
Yeah.
tracked each task. It was a way for Doug and I to manage our time, basically. And
Yeah.
then, the goal was he would tick it off when he
Yeah.
was finished the task.
Yeah.
We could revisit using that. It was operational for, 7 or 8 years anyways, in the early days.
Well, it might be a way for, if we have new projects, new undertakings, to list them and then actually have, if Andrea and I partner on something and we have a grad student who's interested, we would know where to go to find that list. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I think that would be helpful.
It used to be in FWIS issues. In fact, it still is under
Okay.
the administrative tab. So I can still go in there and add things to Doug's list. And sometimes do.
Okay,
I think what
FWIS.
you're saying is we should get back to managing that, to track changes.
Yeah,
We haven't done that for a while.
Yeah, we do still have a whole link called the to-do list, and we added a sub-list called the done list.
Okay, I just went to your FWIS issues page. I haven't been
Yeah.
on the page, so.
I think it's only available to administrators.
Oh, okay.
Actually,
Yeah.
no, FWIS use is pretty broad. The to-do list is constrained,
The to-do list is constrained.
but the FWIS use thing has not been updated terribly recently, I don't think. April 2021, at least. Well,
Yeah, we should revisit that. So, as far as keeping everybody up to date about the changes, it got pretty boring. I used to do it maybe once a year. And I still, my goal is to send out a FWIS update every year. And it kind of got a little redundant to people, I think, which is why we just put it all into this training session. I said, okay, it's time to do a broad training session to show all the changes that have happened. Because there's been a lot. That's,
Yep, for sure.
yeah. But I hear you, because a lot of the stuff we just glazed over today, if I hadn't have saved it all down to one training session, people wouldn't be so overwhelmed. Like even the changes to the opening page, the front page, that's, 2 months work. Probably. So, okay, Doug, are you taking some of these notes?
yeah, I do have some. Yep.
Okay, good.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, how about the people from the north? Rob, Haley.
Well, I think Doug mentioned it briefly, but it certainly would be helpful to be able to export information from that distribution mapping to an Excel sheet. So you get a list of the records that are in there and analyze them to do things like I was speaking of earlier, looking at spatial linkages and so on in some other software. But if there is an easy way to extract those points from a selected area, that would be helpful.
Okay.
Rob, is that like thermal in particular?
I think he's mostly interested in fish.
Oh, fish. Oh, okay. Because Jennifer mentioned thermal stability, I think. And I was looking at that output, and definitely cool, cold, and warm are, there's map links on that page. What's missing from what she asked for was to search for all the RVCA sites. I've only done stream name, stream code, site code on that silly search, and it should have had CAs and projects and everything else. But you can map all the results at the bottom.
Oh, I don't think I knew that. But I don't think it comes up as color coded, I don't believe, right, Doug?
Oh, it certainly does.
Oh,
And more than that, we try to be compliant with all the disabled access. So color alone is not good enough.
Oh, look at that. It does have it.
Triangles,
tick.
and circles, and different things. Yeah.
Tick that one off the to-do list.
Well, the tricky part though is that she can't just search for the RVCA sites.
Okay, well, that's one thing to add to it.
That's what I'm looking for. Yeah.
Okay. That's pretty cool. I didn't realize we had that. Huh.
Unless you want to export all 4,500 sites or samples.
No. Okay. Who haven't we heard from? And Mark, are you still on the? Oh, Ian, you're still on. Or Sam or Caitlin? Questions?
Yeah, I'm still
Mark?
on.
Comments?
don't-
Question.
I don't really have any questions. I mean, it's more of a like a learning today, and until you start using it, you really don't know what you're going to come across.
Right. Okay.
So
Les, I have one more. So let's
Okay.
say I have a massive database for fish and not all of the sites are in. And I know this just by looking at the maps.
Mhm.
What's the process?
Ha. Do you want to talk to Andrea?
Andrea just went through this.
Well, she's still
I
going through
haven't
it.
gone through it yet, but I've got lots and lots of fish data that is not in FWIS. Probably
Yeah, same.
like 1,700 sites or so.
Yeah.
1,700 more sites?
Just about that, like 16 something. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Well,
Well,
because like Andrea, we have our own database, right?
Right.
And we've only recently started putting them into FWIS because of the amazing feature of the screening reports for M&R reporting,
Right,
right? So
right.
we've kind of taken advantage of that.
okay.
So yeah, what's the process for people?
Basically, the process is you go through that Excel spreadsheet and you start with the hierarchy. Are these sites already in FWIS? If they are, exclude them, unless you've been doing some editing with them, in which case, compare. Right? And then you basically start at the top and work your way down. If it's just fish, it won't be too painful. It'll just basically be site ID and fish. So it'll be only whatever it is, 5 or 6 tables.
Okay.
When I was
So
doing it for,
just to get into some of the specifics of that though,
well, yeah, I can,
I'll throw in one thing, and unfortunately there's banging right outside my door right now. But in any case, I'm wondering about stream codes and site codes, because more than likely, certainly in Jen's case, I expect it's just going to say, oh, this doesn't exist, add it. Now, the okay part of that is, well, let's say she comes up with a consistent naming convention, adds them all in, gets them coordinates, so takes it as far as a site identification or even the first step of a site identification. Then we can start to screen them a little bit and say, well, this is really that location. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Well,
Yeah, and what we've done, Doug, on that is we've kind of set a if it's within a certain area, then they all get combined into one site code, right? So it's a
Right.
GIS exercise.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so Doug, I'm assuming that the people at both of the CAs or any other CA would have their own tools to address the inconsistencies in site codes. Ideally, that would be dealt with before you upload them.
Yeah.
Right. So that'll make your life a lot simpler if you deal with them before you upload them. If not, you can do it in FWIS too. It's just a little bit more painful.
Yeah, well,
Okay,
it doesn't
so
necessarily need to be, but yeah.
it doesn't need to be, but so the way I've done it, I've done multiple data sets now where I've uploaded them. The most fun one was Rob's, as I said, because it was all Excel and it had never been normalized. So that was, it was fun. So the main thing I would do, depending on what state your data is in, is to make sure that your metadata, your key fields are consistent. If it's coming out of Excel, they are not likely to be consistent. If it's coming out of a relational database, you're likely to be in good shape. And what I mean by that is spaces, underbars, O's, ones, those other horrible little nasty things that no matter what database you're working with, you got to deal with those first.
Mhm.
And you need to deal with it anyways, whether it's in your database or whether it's in FWIS. That's just part of your due diligence. So get that cleaned up, and then it's pretty straightforward. This Excel spreadsheet is pretty slick when it works. And it works when your data has been cleaned. When it doesn't work is where you've got things like HabProgs, where we've had multiple years, 30 some years now, of not managing the data properly, basically. So we've got replicate data sets in there or stream codes and site codes that have never been properly dealt with. And that's where it becomes problematic, because they get exported and that problem just repeats itself every time. There was one site in particular in the data set there that I forgot I dealt with it probably 5 times now. I've deleted it from different systems and it keeps showing up. So if your data set is not like that, you're in great shape. If it is, it's got to be dealt with first. And the good news is the QA/QC that we've got built in mostly identifies that stuff.
Yeah, that's good.
Go ahead, Jen.
Oh, I was just going to say that's good. And I've had the same issue. I've deleted Blue Pike from a site probably about 10 times. Like, it's just unbelievable. So it just doesn't, I don't know how or why, but there's versions on versions. So anyway, so no, that's good. That's helpful. So we'll take a look at that and see when we can prioritize it. But there's definitely a lot of missing data similar to Anya.
Okay.
Quick one less with respect to like that fish data where we've got stuff that is not in FWIS yet. A lot of it that we have has been pulled from reports and studies and different stuff like that, where we don't necessarily have a lot of the sampling details. We might have what fish were collected there, maybe a little bit of effort and like a map and some location stuff. In terms of the metadata side of things, how would we address that? Because we also have, for instance, at some of the sites, we have that type of more historical observation, but then we also have more detailed stuff where we have all that detailed metadata. So it would be almost on a sampling event basis.
Oh, really? It's not by project?
No, because we have a ton of different types of data within our data. So we have some that are identified as just as our long-term monitoring stuff, but we have we've pulled from the ODPD reports, from watershed studies, from consultant reports, all different stuff.
Okay. Hopefully you can see my FWIS screen again. Can you?
We're on suggestions, question mark.
Suggestions.
Oh, rats. I thought I switched to FWIS.
I'll give a quick answer, which is just to put it in perspective, when we started
Oh.
this, Les's favorite phrase to us was just get it in, we'll fix it after.
That's not,
That's not strictly his procedure anymore, I don't think.
no, I was gonna show them how to help manage that stuff.
Okay, well, I'll
Okay,
just give
so
30-second explanation or answer for myself, which would be loaded in as one project, but individually we'll assign the different attributes or try to record as much as we can, capture whatever we can, and then redistribute into smaller projects if that's useful. Does that make sense? Is that where you're going, Les, or what?
that's why I was gonna show them one.
Okay.
Can you see my FWIS screen?
Assessment of wastewater treatment plant effects.
Right. So Gord Witchert collected data back. Actually, we don't have any years in here. I don't remember when he did it, in the early 90s or 80s. That's why it's not in here. I needed Gord. I was hoping he was going to be on this call. I was going to get him to fill this in. You basically record as much information as you know about the sampling here. Right? And if it's targeted, so be it. Just whatever information you can get, put it in here. And then as long as you've got the metadata, and if this is a fish distribution only, then that's what you record. I'm going to search for a different one. Basically, use the metadata as best you can. And then in the site description sample event table, there is a section. Yeah, I think that's it. No, it isn't. There's a section for individual metadata on individual sites, and you can leave that in and fill it in. Oh, that's not the one I'm looking for. Sorry, I'm trying to talk and type at the same time. It's not working. What is it? Department. Yes, ODDP. There it is. Planning and development. As far as not having a lot of the information, don't worry about it. We recognize that historical data is often missing lots of information. So for example, this ODDP was simply looking at species distribution. They didn't collect anything about abundance or effort or anything else. It was targeted sampling, accessible sites, sampleable areas only. So we know that, and you can exclude it from whatever surveys you do after the fact, but it's excellent for species distribution. It sounds like a lot of that data you're going to be talking about is going to be really good for species distribution.
Yeah, and that's why we have it within our database, because it gets pulled in for planning decisions and different stuff like that. So
Right.
that's, we collect the data from everywhere.
Right. So we've got a growing number of samples in FWIS now that are not OSAP. That's not a problem, as long as we flag them as being not OSAP, so that a researcher doing cumulative effects analysis doesn't use it for that kind of analysis. I can help you guys, you know, as you start to get the data into the Excel spreadsheets, I can help you with organizing it. Unfortunately, it's just one of those things you pretty much just have to do it. And then you'll do a duh multiple times. But once you do that a few times, you'll learn what works and what doesn't work. It's almost always, well, most of the time, it's my fault when it doesn't work.
So Les, yeah, I guess that's the thing that's going through my head is when they're looking at their own database and their own processes, there may be certain, like we've worked hard to minimize the required fields down to just key fields, stream code, site code, sample event, date or year, sample number, and so on. After that, pretty well everything's optional. But there's a certain level at which you decide or declare that something's an OSAP compliant study based on what was done, how it was done, and so on. And I'm guessing that Andrea and Jennifer's data is not entirely OSAP, I would assume.
Yep.
True.
So what's your question?
Well, I'm just noting that they'll get a certain ways through the process and either have fields in their data that FWIS has no capacity to capture, or I can't think of anything that we're going to require that they don't have, other than say a stream code, for example.
No, you're right. There were situations when I was dealing with Rob's data that there was data in fields that I ended up putting in comments because we didn't have a field for it.
That was the bit, yes.
Right?
Where you want.
I'm trying to remember what it was now. I can't remember. Rob, maybe you can remember. There was something you were collecting on a site basis that didn't fit in any of our fields and was ancillary really to the surveys, but I didn't want to lose it. So I put it in the comments fields.
Would YSI data be an example of that, Les?
No, YSI data can go in, but it goes into a different table.
Okay. Okay. So it's included. All right.
It's included in the headwaters table, I believe. I'm pretty sure it is. Yep.
Yeah, it is.
So I had to do that with some of Rob's as well. So Rob would on his site ID table. Oh, yeah, he would collect stream temperature. So I had to pop that into the stream temperature table. So basically you have to decide how far you want to go with that. There may be data that it's perfectly fine to leave it in your database and you don't want to share it, or there's, you think it is valuable and should be shared, in which case you take the time to set up another table. And to be honest with you, if there's serious gaps, we are amenable to adding more columns. I think if you guys are keen to do this, I think like just the best way to do it is just start. And it really, depending on the state of your data, it really isn't that hard. The other option, and it may not be as appropriate for the historic data because you're just going to do that once. Going forward, you may want to consider developing an API between your database and ours, which is frankly more time consuming because you have to map every field instead of just doing it once. But in the long run, every year, then you just get if you are going to enter the data into your database, then you just have to hit export or link and it does it directly.
I have a comment, Les.
Yep.
If you recall, we had a meeting in the past about integration of environmental DNA data. And yeah, and we learned it was not as simple as we thought it could be, just simply because the fields that are relevant to eDNA would not all be relevant to what goes into FWIS. And I definitely agree with Doug about adding excess fields is a headache for everyone.
Yeah.
But so SLR is collaborating with a wider collaboration, GenFish and Bob Hanner's lab at Guelph, their arm of it is developing eDNA assays for all the freshwater fish in Canada. And there's a massive sampling effort involved with that as well. But I could see, I know that GenFish collaboration, they were having their own little, one of their, means to an ends was to develop a spreadsheet for that sampling effort. What fields are relevant to that? But I could see like once GenFish finalizes what that spreadsheet would look like, you could then take out fields from that and decide, could any of those go into FWIS, or is there sort of a linkage to an eDNA data set that could then be linked into FWIS? So for me right now, this training is more to get a better idea of how to use FWIS. But maybe as a second step, I come in and provide more information about what eDNA fields could be relevant, because I could see other users seeing, okay, maybe eDNA did suggest red side dace could be here, and now we should go in with e-fishing or another technique to
confirm,
complement that preliminary look. So I don't think eDNA is totally out of the weeds for FWIS, but more information is needed to know what could be done.
As I said before, I'd give my eye teeth to be able to link to that database.
You would give what, sorry?
My eye teeth, these ones. Yep. You could have them. They're getting old anyways. No,
Yeah.
that would be fabulous. We tried to pursue that a couple of years ago and it fell flat, and totally amenable to it. I mean, the strength of FWIS, I think, is in our metadata, to be honest with you. I think we're in better shape than any other database I've seen for trying to track the whys, wheres, whens, and limitations of the data. And that, I think, that model, I think, could be used everywhere. And it makes it easier for us to link to other databases. So I don't see any reason why we couldn't link to the eDNA database if they could figure out a way to map the data. And when we were talking, we were hoping it was going to be to a dot, basically a point, and then you would mean everything upstream of that. Here's what it represents. But for some reason that fell.
Right. And the database at the time that we looked at, it was MD Mapper. And you're right, it wasn't just as simple as a dot. It was like a dot that exploded into more dots, showing a bunch of eDNA relevant metadata. Because that platform was more focused on giving the researcher different ways to analyze their eDNA data within a interface. But you're right, it wasn't as simple as at this dot, it was a sampling site.
Right.
Yeah. So there's still work to be done on the eDNA database end as well.
Well, I guess all I can say is keep us posted, and we're open for business. And it would be, you know, in the same way that we've linked to the groundwater database, I can easily see a link to the eDNA database that would be fruitful for everyone. It would be phenomenal.
Agreed. And I'll look into that groundwater and more just to see what that linkage could look like, because that'd be good feedback for the MD Mapper group.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'll keep you posted, Les.
Okay.
Agreed.
Great. Do you know Steve Hollish?
No.
Okay. Well, if you go to that groundwater database, you just say contact us. You'll get either Mason or Steve, and they're both, wow, they'd be as excited as I am, I think.
Okay.
See, we are making progress. Baby steps, but we are heading in the right direction.
Les, I wonder if Danielle would be interested in joining the next team meeting for the information management group, because then she could meet Steve and others. I don't know when that is. Is it April?
April sometime.
Well, you can forward it, and Danielle, you can consider whether or not you have the time or energy, but I think it would be useful.
Sure. Pass on the information and we'll go from there.
Okay. I just realized my mug is still showing on this thing. You guys don't really need to see my face right now, do you?
It's okay. I didn't mind.
Okay, well, this has been good conversation. Any other comments, questions? Doug, this is a miracle. Even though I started I started off slow, but we're basically done on time and covered all the materials. I have nothing more to add other than great talking to you. Hopefully you'll use FWIS The more it gets used, the better the data will be. Basically, you might discover problems that we haven't seen. The data needs to be used. And the more we use it, the better it will be. And I want to thank you all.
Well, thank you, Les, for pulling this together. I know it was not, a simple couple hour prep time. It was multiple days and perhaps weeks of preparing everything and putting everything together. So it's greatly appreciated.
My
We
pleasure.
can't wait another 10 years for another one. So we should
No.
definitely do another one
Well,
sooner. But
that's why I'm glad I recorded this thing, I think. So
yeah, I think that's going to be great.
I have no idea how to use that, but we'll find out afterwards.
Yeah, thanks very much, Les and Doug. That was very, very informative. So
My pleasure.
it's good.
Our pleasure on Doug's
Thank you
behalf.
everyone for participating. Absolutely.
All right. Well, I'm going to let you all go. I'll stop recording.